Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Community Spotlight. As we have started to do with Speed Seasons having wrapped up their first race yesterday, if you missed the VODs, you can catch it on our Twitch. It'll be on our YouTube shortly. We're moving on to the next game in Speed Seasons. You have just under 2 weeks to get prepared for it. It's going to be Doom 1, episodes 1 through 3. And we have King Dime here who's going to help us with a beginner oriented tutorial on how to get into speedrunning this for anybody who wants to learn this game for Speed Seasons. We thought it was a fun tie together between my show, since it's the next day, and Speed Seasons, and it kind of fits the theme of my show, just giving us an excuse to show off some of these games and get a little bit more onto the beginner side for people who want to get started on speedrunning, which is another one of our themes on Hotfix, is helping people get started on speedrunning. So just as a quick reminder, if you're watching on YouTube and you'd like to support our live content, you can tune in at twitch.tv/GDQ. That does work. You don't have to actually spell out the entire Games Done Quick. It does redirect to our main Twitch channel. And of course, if you are viewing on Twitch and you have Prime Gaming, please consider using it on our channel. You would really appreciate it, as Hotfix is funded in part thanks to your subscriptions and bits. And you can find information on all of our Hotfix shows at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. If you tune in tomorrow, we've got Time Capsule. It's a show hosted by Smooth Operative, where they go over speedruns of games that were released in the same year, sort of looking back at a year and then showcasing speedruns from that year. It's a lot of fun if you've never seen it before. It starts at 7 p.m. Eastern. And besides that, we've got King Dime here to show off Doom, and we've got Alpha 5 here, who's sort of the host of Speed Seasons. How you both doing today?
I'm doing really good, Railcoon. Had fun with the marathon style run yesterday, but I always feel like the Doom runs go too fast and you don't get enough time to really explain everything. So it's going to be great just to slow down and kind of showcase what's going on.
Yeah, having worked with Dime during marathons before, he usually writes up this big document of everything wants to talk about, and there's no way you can talk about everything during a marathon run. So I'm really excited to have Dime here and actually give him the time to talk about Doom, some of the tech that he never gets to talk about during marathons, and help people get started on learning this. But Alpha, why don't you give people, if they didn't see yesterday, the quick rundown on what Speed Seasons is and why they have 2 weeks to learn this game?
Yeah, so Speed Seasons is this tournament that I'm running basically every 2 weeks, I guess starting yesterday, really. I'm going to announce a game, and then everybody is going to go learn that run. 2 weeks later, we do a big race, and that's going to go on and on for 7 games. This is game number 2. The race will be in 2 weeks on March 28th. But based on your placements, you're going to earn points. You can qualify for playoffs, and you can win prizes that I am providing to the people who are dancing to my whimsy, more or less. Uh, and uh, as it so happens, I picked Doom, and you can't really complain about Doom. It was released in 1993, and the only shooter I can really think that is probably just better than it is Doom 2 because it gives you a better gun. That's about it. It's a very, very good game, and I'm really excited to see.
Enemies.
Yeah, well, let's
game.
not talk about Pain Elementals, the worst thing that has ever existed ever.
Okay, I'll
Why?
agree with you on that one.
Revenants are not Revenants. Archviles are fantastic for speedrunning. Maybe not so much for casual play.
Unless you accidentally first try a extremely hard Archvile build. Railcoon. But yeah, I'm very excited to actually see Dime play Doom for more than just 16 minutes, or him hard carrying me in a multiplayer map. So it's gonna be good.
Yeah, like as far as yesterday, I was mentioning to Railcoon afterwards, is that how it felt doing levels is I've got 3 ideas that I want to talk about, but I end up finishing up maybe 1.5. I just have one of those ideas trail off a little bit.
So, is there anything
It's
you
gone.
want to cover before we actually jump into the maps? What should people know before they actually launch Doom? If you want to talk about that now, or do you want to talk about that afterwards?
I think we can talk about it now because it's just as far as before you're getting set up is like I think the usual course of action is for most people getting games nowadays is you're going to Steam or GOG, especially for like retro games, and you're going to pick it up. But if you just go and you pick up the Ultimate Doom off Steam itself, is it's basically like a Unity port right now, and that's not really the version we're using because it's not equivalent to kind of like the old school vanilla. And there's like multiple tricks you just will not be able to accomplish in that Unity port. So I'm going to be talking about just how to get yourself set up with Crispy Doom. But tomorrow I'm going to set up like a video tutorial to also help you out. So essentially, I'm going to write this in the GDQ chat right now, but there is a big Doom compilation of a whole bunch of demos. It's probably 700 or 800 players by now who've all put in demos, but it's spelled Doom Speed Demos Archive.
Oh, I'm going to have to link that for you. If they're filtered in Twitch. 1 second.
Yeah, it might be. But once you get to that page, if you check out the top left, there's a bunch of tabs that is going to be at the top, and one is called Ports. And if you go down about midway, you'll be able to see Crispy Doom 5.6.3, 5.6.4. So you're going to want to have Crispy Doom, and you want to have the Ultimate Doom off Steam or GOG.
Can you link that to me? I can't find the link that's working.
For DSDA?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I can... Or, sorry, the one that I had sent you.
Oh, I found it. We're good.
Perfect. But, so essentially, once you have both of these, you're going to want to create a folder for Crispy Doom. So just have a separate one, extract all of your files in there, and then you want to get one thing off your Ultimate Doom that you bought on Steam or GOG, which is you're going to go to your file path. So for me, that's Steam Apps, Common, Ultimate Doom, Base. And inside of the base is you want to find doom.wad. I'm going to type that again in chat because this should show up on the replay too, which is great. So you're going to find doom.wad. You're going to copy that file and you're going to put it into your Crispy Doom file. And that's going to be perfect. Because now that we have that in there, you can go straight into your Crispy Doom setup. But before I do anything more with Crispy, because that's essentially setup, is I'm just going to explain a little bit about kind of getting into Doom itself. Is, as Alpha 5 was saying, it's a game from 1993, and it had come out just a year after Wolfenstein. And there's many new features that it presents, because Wolfenstein 3D it's just an orthogonal game. There's no height variation, so it's very, very simplistic. But Doom itself just adds so many features where you have, like, in a way, actual level design. There's use of space, like these stairs. They don't exist in, Wolfenstein 3D. We've got like a staircase up there. Angled walls, not everything is perpendicular to each other, so it's just like a huge step up in gameplay. And I think you've heard me talking about it like all the time. Is like every single run, what is the very first thing that I talk about, which is different types of strafe running. But before strafe running, like essentially we'll just, we're going to move around the map a little bit. Because you're, just 1 second. You're going to figure out just how you can take on the space. So if we're going inside different rooms, we have some different enemies, etc. And we have a certain speed output that we can get up to. So pretty much in Doom, there is like a thrust vector unit that like maxes out at 50, or at least that's like how we count it. So I'm just holding forward. The maximum vector output that we essentially get here is 50. So if you go into any of the programs, especially for tool-assisted runs or checking out demos, you're going to see these commands, which are MF50, which is move forward with the vector being 50. So that just means you're going at your maximum speed. Now we're going to get out the hangar here for a sec, because I have a save point set up. That's over here at Computer Station, and I have a live split to my left. So I want to show you the differences in speed between what you're getting from going forward versus when you're strafe running. So first of all, just going forward takes about 1.9 seconds to get to this wall. So it's pretty fast. Like as far as like Doom, and when you're running, it's a really fast moving game itself. Like even if you do not count like strafe running in itself. So if you're applying this in your race in 2 weeks, like you can still get like a pretty decent time. But I think what we're trying to do here is with 2 weeks is having you be able to practice, keep improving, where you can improve like your lines and your routing. Okay. So step 1, huge movement mechanic is called SR40. So why is it called SR40? So that just stands for strafe right 40. So I'm going to press my right strafe input. So the 40 means that our maximum strafe vector is 40. So if we add our forward vector and we add our strafing vector, we have 50, we have 40, we get our, you take the hypotenuse, and if you do the math behind it, we can move 28% faster, because essentially the vectors are calculated independently in Doom. So if we use both at once, we get vector addition. And it honestly works in a ton of retro games. So I'm going to line myself up. And in this case, since we're doing a right strafe, that's going to be using 2 buttons. So I'm going to be using forward plus D. So I'm going to press both of those. And in my live split, I get there in 1.65 seconds. So strafe 40, it allows us to go 28% faster. So essentially, when you're moving anywhere and you want to speedrun in Doom, you want to be strafing as much as possible. You want to be analyzing your lines. So let's say we're going over here. You find your routing. And by using this to cut space, we can go much, much faster than just pressing forward. Now, one thing I just want you to keep in mind when we're using strafe 40 here is that we can turn around corners, because that's going to be an important distinction for the final like major movement mechanic that we have, which is called strafe 50. So strafe 50 was discovered later on. I believe it was 1996. It's a long time ago now. And there's kind of like some glitchiness associated with it, where instead of our strafing vector being 40, it increases our strafing vector to 50. So the addition is 50 plus 50 now. And so if we add those two together, it's going to be 41% faster than just pressing forward. I know it's like a lot of nitpicky information at the start, but it's going to apply to everything else, and then we can get into the levels and move a little bit faster. But it's just that it's absolutely crucial that you kind of know this, because it's I don't know, Railcoon, like as far as all the speedruns that you've seen on here, I'm sure there's tons of games where you can press a button or press right in a side scroller, and as long as you're doing that, you're going at your maximum speed.
Yeah. There's a few edge cases, like little ways to maximize your speed, but like the whole concept of going forward and strafing at the same time and running at an angle instead of running straight forward is actually shared between a lot of games for different reasons as to why it makes you go faster, but it's a common programming oversight to where running at an angle instead of running straight forward will make you actually run faster in a lot of different games.
Yeah, and a bunch of them, which is like pretty much it's like all the build engine games, Duke, Shadow Warrior, etc. is you've got strafe 50. But yeah, that also applies here in Doom. So the difference between Stray 40 and Stray 50 is Stray 40, as I was saying, uses 2 inputs. So you can have W plus D, or you're going to have W plus A. And you can change your hotkeys, obviously. If you're an ESDF gamer, then it'd be EF, ES, etc. So we're going to be adding on 2 inputs. There's going to be a turn input and also another input called strafe on. So in my case, I have like a little bit of a weird setup, but my turn right button is F and my strafe on button is Alt. So to do this Stray 50, I'm pressing W, D, F, and Alt. And my recommendation when you're going through your Crispy Doom setup, because I think that's going to be the first thing you're going to look at. You're going to go into Crispy Setup, you're going to go into your keyboard options, and then it's going to be all in front of you, but you've got forward, backward, strafe left, strafe right, turn left, turn right, strafe on. So you want to check all of these hotkeys and get them to what is comfortable for yourself. So I'll give you a little recommendation here. So you maybe have your WASD. So A would be left strafe, D would be right strafe. I recommend maybe you just put your fingers on your keyboard right now. But let's say we put turn right on E. And we're going to put, let's do strafe on a side mouse button. So let's pretend it's on a side mouse button. So if you're doing strafe 50 right on your keyboard, you're going to be holding A, W, E, and your side. I don't actually have that on my keyboard, so that's why I'm spinning. But you'd be pressing all 4 of those at once. A, W, E, and there we go. We'll get myself doing a tornado. Now, on the other side, so for your turn left, I'm going to put a recommendation for Q. So your forward would be W, your strafe right is D, your...
So what I'm getting is you're running forward, you're strafing, and you're turning in the opposite direction you're strafing, but with strafe on. So what does that do to the turn command?
To the turn command, just 1 second here.
Is that making it so it's interpreting it as another strafe, basically, or?
Yeah, essentially when it gets added up. I'm just looking at just for 1 second here, because what I've done is because I have my own specific setup where so F, turn right. There we go. That makes sense. So in my notes, I had this backwards.
Okay.
I have it backwards. That's why it's confusing the heck out of me. Apologize for that. Okay.
So what did you have flipped?
I had turn left and turn right mixed up.
Okay,
So
that
the
makes
Q
a
and the
little
E
bit
were
more
mixed
sense.
I'm like, what? All right. We're gonna go back to the right strafe 50. So this would be A, W. I have E for my turn left, and then it'd be side mouse button. So you'd be pressing those 4 at once. So yeah, hold A, W, E, side mouse button. Now for switching to right, we've got turn right on Q. So you're holding Q, W, D, and side mouse button. So my recommendation for this is you only have to move 2 fingers so that you can change on each side for strafe 50. So you'd be changing from D and Q to E and A. All right, so strafe 50, what does it do? Allows us to go 41% faster. So we have our little live split. And we were able to get to that wall in 1.5 seconds. So let's do a count here. So moving forward took us approximately 1.9 seconds. Our strafe 40 took 1.65 seconds. and our stray 50 took about 1.5. Now that math might be slightly off, just because my timing with the live split, just human error. But like essentially it's just showing us that you do get like a little bit more speed out of stray 50, but there is going to be one downside, and I want to show this to you. So I'm going to be holding down my inputs for stray 50, but I'm going to be attempting to wrap around this corner. I'm going to be attempting to wrap around. I'm trying to move. I can't turn. I can't turn. Your angle is completely locked. So the only places that you really want to be using stray 50 is very long corridors. Otherwise, you're just going to lose time. You're just going to lose time. So
There's also like specific gaps you can get over with a stray 50 that you can't with a stray 40, right?
Yeah, because it's faster.
Yeah.
I've got a little data for this just as far as movement, but like your character model, like your hitbox for Doom Guy is just a square. You're 32 units by 32 units. Now, in Classic Doom, your the game logic runs on 35 ticks. And I just think of this like if you play a bunch of other games, like everybody talks about, you know, a game running at say 60 frames or runs at 50 frames. Think of it as like 35 frames, right? It's just like a different word for it. So if I'm just pressing forward, you can move 16.666, which I think is actually done on purpose there.
Probably,
units per tick. SR40 is 21.34 and SR50 is 23.57. These numbers aren't incredibly important. I just want you to take like the relationship between the three, like which one is faster than the other. But it is going to come into importance like later on when I'm talking about a certain trick. So just, you know, keep it in the back of your mind. Okay, so let's show this off with stray 50. We're going to try to get around this corner. So I'm going to hold stray 50 right, and then I'm going to be taking my hands off stray 50 so that we can change it into a stray 40 because we need to be able to turn. So we're going to hold that and then go into a strafe. And that's just pretty much what I wanted to show you, at least just with the strafing mechanics.
And to stop the stray 50, you're basically just letting go of the turn right there so you can turn?
Yeah, so I'm holding the 4, then going to W and D. So I'd be letting go of F and Alt in this case, at least with my hotkeys.
But for the one you were suggesting for the viewers, that'd be Q and Alt, I think?
It'd be Q and side mouse button.
Side mouse button, so you're right.
Yeah. So here, oops. Going down the hallway, and then over to W and D, and then you continue on. All right. So after we've talked about so much strafing, let's go back to the very first level. We'll try to show this in action because I think it'll make more sense when it's... Oops. Too many save points, huh, Railpin?
Managing your saves is something I want to talk about probably at the end of the show, but
yeah,
it's important when you're racing this game that you manage your saves, especially if you're new to it. You can save yourself in bad positions.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like going into a different load there and like, oops, you're on E2M7, guess I'm cheating. But I have like just a statement here is just that the meaning of everything I just talked about is just essentially that strafing is much faster. It's going to save you time all along the run. Stray 50 is a bit faster than SR40, about 10%, but has the downside of locking your angle. So there is like an inherent downside to pressing those stray 50 keys. So overusing stray 50 can end up losing time. And so I talked to a Doom speedrunner, Alimsky, and Alimsky is very high skilled in Doom 2. And so he goes like head to head with Looper. in these runs, and he ended up quoting to me that one of the main reasons that he was able to save some time is he kind of reduced the amount of stray 50 he was doing. He was trying to do it too often because if you don't have just the right lineup, you're gonna lose that 1/10 of a second that you might have gained.
Especially when you're in the, like, trying to turn down hallways and such.
Yes. Yeah. So we're going to ignore the monsters here. Ignore the demons. But I just want to take them out to get them out of the way. So I say when you've got your crispy set up, you've opened the game, and you go into level 1. This is actually a perfect area just to get yourself some practice and start getting used to using like stray 40 by just moving around these pillars and just practicing, just move around them. So right now I'm just holding W and A, just going through a circle and then seeing how much you can cut the corners. And then, maybe start wrapping around, doing some figure eights, and just kind of getting used to it. Because you can go around objects, etc. So yeah, you're just kind of getting used to strafing. And as far as stray 50, as I was saying, it's just for like long hallways. So if I was coming in here from level 1, we're moving over, this would be like a place I would use stray 50 and then maybe swap into a stray 40. All right. So the very first level of the game, we have E1, M1, the hangar, and it's simplified. It's just a horseshoe level where we have a secret in the middle. And so the first objects that we kind of come into contact with is we have a pistol, we're going to see some barrels, and we have some 1% healths. So over the course of this run, they aren't that useful to get. Like plus 1% is rarely really going to save you. But barrels they're a double-edged sword. So they have a large blast radius where they do a whole bunch of damage. They can do up to 128. And so you can use this against monsters, but monsters can use them against you. So if you had one of the shotgun guys up there shot this barrel, they could take you out. And you lose your run. So you're going to have to be paying attention to those as you get through. Now, the next thing I mentioned is that we have a pistol. It's the first weapon in the game that you pick up. And these fire one pellet. So one pellet fires one shot. And these can deal 5, 10, or 15 damage. So Doom has a lot of random elements associated with it. So your weapon damage on every single weapon is random. The shotgunners up here, their damage is random. So every run is going to be a little bit different. And we're going to make use of many safety strats that I can let you know. But with the pistol, the initial shot, the very first shot that you use is always 100% accurate and straight. As you can see there is no deviation, it's straight. If I hold the button on the pistol, you can see some deviation. So if you're trying to take out a monster at long range, just by tapping the button once, a very small delay, and then your fire will always be straight. So that's something you want to take advantage of with it, but you're not going to be using the pistol for very long because it's really weak compared to the other arsenal in the game. Okay, so the overall strategy getting into the hangar is there is 2 main routes. So the first one is you can go around the horseshoe. As you can see, there's a ton of hit scanners. And if we go in this direction, it's technically the fastest path, but we don't actually do that when we're speed running the entire episode, because you have to remember this is an episode 1 through 3 race. So you're going to be carrying along your arsenal between levels. So we're not going to do this because there's an important blue armor that you want to pick up.
Also, to cover real quick, you called them hit scanners. Do you want to quickly cover what that means, since it's probably going to be coming up a lot?
Oh, okay. There is so there's 2 hit scanners in Doom 1. There's another one that is added in Doom 2, the chain gunner. But there is zombie men and shotgunners. So a hit scanner, essentially, there is a trace that is sent out. Like if you're within line of sight of one of these enemies, and you don't have a choice if it's dodged or not. It's a yes or no question. You either get hit or you don't. So these enemies tend to be extremely dangerous because you can't really control your damage outtake very well. So your zombie men, they have 20 HP, and they deal the same pistol damage as you. No, sorry, it's a little different. It's 3, 6, 9, 12, or 15. So it's in the intervals of 3. And there is shotgunners. So the shotgunners have 30 health, and they can do a huge damage interval, anywhere between 9 and 45. So if you get up and close to a few shotgunners, they can end your run very quickly. So like a designated strategy that I'm going to mention for a lot of these maps is really going to be to target down these shotgunners, because you can, tank the damage of the zombie men, but you're not going to be able to tank it from the shotgunners. Like if you get a couple 45 blasts, it's too much. So I hope that gave like a little overview of the first few monsters in the game. So again, I'm going to take out the shotgunners here because we have another utility that's above us. Which is, as we get up here, we're not actually going to pick up this green armor, but it's kind of perfect to talk about a distinction between it. We've got the green armor, and if we pick this up, green armors reduce all incoming damage by 1/3. So if you take 12 damage from an enemy, that's going to be 8 damage to your health, and it's going to be 4% damage that is absorbed by your armor. Go in here to the secret nukage area. We have a blue armor. So blue armors, they absorb 1/2 of incoming damage, and they give you 200% armor. So it's an insanely powerful item. But one thing is, if you get your armor below 100% and you go and you pick up a green armor, then you override your blue armor. So even if you go below like 100% with your blue, it's still active on yourself. But if you pick up a green one, then you've overridden it. Okay. So I think that's good for the basics. I'm sorry that was a lot, but
it's good information for people to know on like why you're gonna be talking about stuff that's gonna come later.
Yeah. The reason for the routing of picking up this blue armor is for later on. There gets to be a lot of dense clumps of enemies in E1M3. So we're picking up this blue armor and taking the slower route on hangar for a future level, essentially.
Makes sense.
Okay, so let's start speedrunning here a bit. Our first intention, at least in the hangar, is here's a good spot just to kind of work with your strafing, figure out a lineup here. But we're going to be going over to this first switch. And as long as you do not fire, you're not going to wake up that zombie. But as you can see from that switch, you know, it closes in a few seconds, so you need to go a little bit faster than I was. But it's just like a really good time to start like working on those angles with your strafing. So as you can see here, like doing around like 45-degree angles there. So we pick up the blue armor, and then we're going down here through the secret. And so the shotgun over the pistol fires 7 pellets. And again, each of these pellets do the same damage as the pistol, 5, 10, or 15, but 7 times 5, 10, or 15, you can do between 35 to 105 damage. So a single shot can kill a shotgunner, but you can also take out multiple enemies in a line. So your shotgun really is your bread and butter until you pick up the chain gun later in episode 1. But so we get here, it's very light on enemies in the hangar, so it's just like, it's great to figure out the stray 40 methods. So I get up here, we're going to be going through to the exit door, and then that's it. That's the hangar. Like, our whole intention is we want to go pick up that blue mega armor and then get on and get out.
Also, you want to get the shotgun, right? Because like you don't want to be using the pistol any longer than necessary.
Yeah, exactly. So you get that blue mag armor, and then you're going to take out that first shotgunner, but like you don't have the shotgun right away, so that guy can take between 2 and 6 hits. Literally, there's so much randomness just as far as like the first guy, and you just have to be aware that you might need to kind of stay up the staircase. But so I'm going to show this in an easier fashion, and I'm going to show this in like a harder fashion if you're strafe running, because if you're kind of getting used to the game, like you can absolutely do this entire run where you're just, you know, kind of running forwards. So we're going to go down here, try to wrap around the shotgunner. You know, I'm not really doing any strafing. Absolutely, it's cool. You still got through the level, you survived. It took you 17 seconds, but if you want to win the race in 2 weeks, I think we're going to have to do some optimization. So I'll show you if you're doing that level with strafing instead.
One thing to mention as well before you move too far beyond, you had this in your notes, that's also a good thing to note, because the stairs is probably a good place to note it here. The height of enemies in Doom. We didn't quite cover that yet.
Oh, the height of enemies.
Yeah.
No, I had a good point where I was going to talk about.
Did you have it? Okay, I thought it was here. Oh no, yeah, you're right. It's later. It's later. My bad. You keep going.
I would say it's just some of the notes might be like a little bit out of order. Is you just kind of write them up, and it's like,
no, you're fine.
It's the best points where I can put that in. But as you can see here, just by doing a little bit of strafing, is we took that from 17 seconds all the way down to 14 seconds.
Yeah. It's 3 seconds. Right there for free.
Yeah, we're already saving some time. And
that was no SR40s, no SR50s, right? That was all just normal strafe running?
Yeah. There was no SR50 in so far as that. But in the hangar, like when I'm trying to go as fast as possible, I'm literally only using SR50 about 3 times. And so I'm going to... So there would be once. This would be the second line where I'm using SR50 because there's a lot of distance. So we can hold SR50 and then hold SR50 again. And I would imagine just when you're kind of watching, it's difficult to find that distinction between SR40 and SR50. Just when I'm showing it, like Railcoon or Alpha, like could you tell where I'm really using SR50? Like, can you see that 10% speed gain?
I can't see the speed gain, but I can see that there's long stretches where you're not turning your mouse. That's really the only thing I know to look for.
Yeah, it's a little hard to see.
Yeah,
for sure.
And so that's why I think it's kind of going to be on the players and just trying to get through like an understanding of that. But like, I think if you're just kind of, learning, you don't really need to use SR50 until you're very, very competent with the SR40. But you really want to have it in mind because, as Railcoon did say, it's like a requirement for tricks because it's faster. It's going to give you more ways to, go further. So one final time for the hanger. We're going to show this with pure strafe running just from start to finish. So we're going to do a strafe 40. We're going to that switch, turning back. Strafe 50 if you want. Make sure you get that blue armor. Be very wary of how many shots it takes to take out the shotgunner. Now that was 15 seconds because I get kind of distracted when I talk, unfortunately. But you can get that, like, if you're putting all of this together, you can get the hanger down to 12 seconds as far as using this route. Maybe even 11 if you were, like, absolutely insane on your strafe 50. But yeah, the hanger, it's fairly simple.
Do you want to
It's straightforward.
Go over why you back up before doors?
Yeah. Let's do that on here, this door over here. So we're going to clear out the hit scanners in this room. Couple of units in here who are getting in the way.
It's one of those mechanical things that's not obvious unless it's explained to you.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to get some enemies who are in the way. But when we're pressing forward, we have some acceleration that is taking place. We do not hit our max speed like immediately just after you press W. So if you want to gain like partial seconds on each door, what we're trying to do is back up right when you open it and make it so that your top speed is a little bit higher as you're going under the door. So like as far as the execution of this, you can do it just by pressing forward. You can do it by strafing. So like with the forward execution, it's just forward, W, back, and then you're going that. You just have to put in a little practice so that you get the timing here. So just back, then you go through. If instead we close that door and we're doing it with strafing,
I'd say
you're
like
pressing.
For beginners, it's probably easier to err on the side of going too early, because that way, if you get your timing wrong, you just bump into the door. You're not losing any time actively,
Yeah, you just have that door bump. But yeah, that would be like the same speed if you were just holding W. But like every single door, if you use that, you can feel pleased with yourself as you're saving half a second here, half a second there. Okay, so we're gonna go do. Did we save that on the nuclear plant? No, I still have it here. I have to actually use my save points. Help them remember me, chat. Don't worry, you get to see the hangar one more time. We're taking the secret area after the switch. 2 shots there, which is optimal luck. Enemies also have square hitboxes. They can very easily get in your way. So often when you're kind of going through corridors, if you want to manipulate them by going to usually by kind of hugging the wall, the monster behavior usually like kind of follows you towards the wall, so you can use that to dodge to the other side and get around. But as we're using the door, backing up, do it again on the exit just so you can keep saving those half seconds, and fantastic, 16.
Your initial demonstration was like 17 running forward. You did basic strafing, you got a 14. And like you said, if you do SR50 and you get good practice, you can get that under like a 12 or 11 using that route. So that's like a good demonstration.
Yeah. All right, moving on here to the nuclear plant. I'd say arguably the nuclear plant is the easiest level insofar as episode 1. Because you don't have to deal with any shotgunners on it. But I'm not going to talk about much of the safety areas, because the safety health is not really required, because there's 3 large med kits that you can go and pick up. So I'm going to go a little, we're going to cheat for a second, and I'm just going to move and show them off. But like towards the end of the level, we have 3 med kits, and this is going to be like our major setup for Toxin Refinery, because Toxin Refinery is an absolute mess. It's insanely hard. But if we're up to 100%, it should give us a chance at success. Because on Toxin Refinery, we've seen so many players die on that level. All right. So the main route that you will take for the nuclear plant is we're going to hook a right at the very start, because we're going to be going towards a red key. But we want to use a zombie, and it's the zombie that's beside the door, and we want to manipulate it to hopefully open the door for us, because monsters are always using the like the use behavior, so they can open doors, but they can't open key doors. We're gonna go here, over to the right, and this zombie here is the one that we want to open the door on the way back. So as long as it's awake, we're all good. You're just gonna go up these stairs, and oh boy, we've come into a new monster. Technically they're on, you see one level 1 in the last room, but this is the imp. The imp has 60 health. It can fire slow moving projectiles, and it has a melee attack, and they can do between 3 and 24 damage in intervals of 3. So 3, 6, 9, 12, etc., all the way up to 24. So as you can see, we have a ranged projectile and a melee attack. But we can tank quite a bit of this damage. But since these are just zombies, we can just run past them. Not very dangerous, but we've got the red key. Then you're going to go all the way along to this side, but I want to reiterate is what can you see in this really big open area where we're trying to get to the next door, Railkin? What do you think that we should maybe try to do here?
Not run next to the barrels while enemies are shooting at you? Is what I'm gonna
That's
guess.
One good idea, but I was going to say this is a perfect chance to try your Stray 50.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that works too.
Yeah. So once you get here, you can do your Stray 50 left, take your inputs off when you kind of get up to the door, and then since it's a door, back up. Gonna move forward to save a little bit of time. All right, so we're gonna continue on with the map as we just go straight through this hallway, and you want to cut this corner wide, because these 2 zombies here tend to stay towards the wall, but if we take like a wide turn, we're going to be able to dodge them. And then we need to take a look. The imps can go in one of many directions. I usually try to cut right to save a little bit of time, but you might have to cut through the middle. So this is all like on the cuff of your seat, is you have to figure out like which directions are the monsters going and making very quick decisions. It's not going to be the same every time. So in this case, there we go. We can go right. We're at really low health, but I'm already back to 87%. So now in the next part, we've got an elevator that goes down, and this elevator, it was activated by a line death. So Doom maps are like the building blocks of the Doom maps are made by line deaths and sectors. So sectors are like an enclosed area with a lot of line deaths. Just one sec, we got monsters all in the way trying to interrupt us. But essentially is line deaths can have special properties attached to them. So this one works on the sector in front of us with the elevator. So to lower this elevator, we're just going over this like invisible line death. Okay. Actually, we're going to wait for this imp because Railcoon had mentioned infinite height. So Doom, it's an old game from 1993. And so more full 3D elements, it wasn't really seen until Quake 1, I would say, in 96 would be the usual culprit. But as far as the z-axis is, you can think of monsters as infinitely tall. So if I have an imp that is below me on this elevator, it is going to block me. So we're going to see if we can get the imp in place so it's blocking. No, go back down. There we go. Come on, imp. There we go. So right there, I was holding strafe right, like trying to go over the elevator, but I was blocked from below. So enemies can block yourself from any distance below, and they can block yourself from any distance above. So in that case, you need to be aware, move around to the other side, and try to get down that way, because otherwise you're just going to be running into the monster, and monsters can utilize melee attacks from infinite height. Okay. So we're going to restart. Go to the right. So we go up here. Going to dodge the zombie men, because again, they aren't very dangerous. That's so we can pick up the red key. This zombie successfully opened the door. Going to maybe try a straight 50. Take a wide turn. Okay, we've noticed that both of the imps went left. So I took a right turn. And then once you go down this elevator, there's a zombie on the left and an imp on the right. And since the zombie has so much less health than the imp, so 20 versus 60, you're going to have more of a success rate taking down the zombie on the left. So we'll fire the shotgun in this direction. So we can take out the zombie, and then you're going to hit the switch, go down through this staircase, and we're already at the end. But there's another elevator that is before the exit switch. There's going to be one imp that's down below, and there's one imp that's down up above. And there's two different reactions that you can receive from this imp. Either the imp is going to go down the elevator, which is bad because we're losing a few seconds. Because, like, again, we've got infinite height. We can't walk over the imp and get to the switch. It's just going to be in our way, like blocking our path. And then reaction number two is it's just going to walk around in a random direction where we can try to go to the elevator as fast as possible. So let's do a safety save here and just show you like a few different times. So that is user case 1 where the imp has gone down. So my reaction to this is I'm going to line up some of the zombie men, because we can take out multiple in one shot. And so again, with like the z-axis and kind of rudimentary z-axis, is Doom uses some tricks to get around that. Is we can't move our head up or down, so there's vertical auto aim. So if we have an enemy that is on a higher sector, and whatever you fire the pistol or whatever, it's going to auto aim up to get them, but you can do the same thing down below. So by utilizing this auto aim, we can get on a perch up above the imps and still get some shots off, so we can save time. So as you can see, I'm kind of like perched up above, and there we go, we took out an imp from down below. Okay, so that's user case number 1. Let's see if we can get user case number 2, which is the imp stays up above. Nope, it went down. It's always the bad luck. There we go. So there we go. Sometimes the imps comes up above. And in this case, you can kind of try to do the same thing where you line up some zombies, you take them out so that you're getting rid of obstacles that are in your way. And then you can actually run straight down, and this will save you probably about 2 or 3 seconds. So that's kind of your optimal way so that you can get to the exit door. So we're now going to show off the entire level. The first one is going to be kind of like without strafe. I feel like we can just show this level with Strafing Railcoon. There's not
Yeah.
too much about
You
it.
can just
like,
show it with strafing. We've made the point on strafing saves time.
Yeah. So I go over here. Want to make sure that zombie is showing up. I actually just dodge around all 3 of these enemies because you have so much room. So we're unfortunate on the imp.
You
Get
failed at
over
his
here.
door opening duties.
Yeah, take a wide turn. Make sure you get these health packs. Left zombie. And you're going to hit the switch. Go down here. We'll strafe down. One thing that can happen when you're going really fast down these stairs is it's not really like you always have friction with the stairs. Is by going really fast, you might notice that you lose control of your character. So just be aware of that. I'm gonna go in here. The imp went above. There we go. That's the nuclear plant. So here we got 31 seconds. If you want to write down like a really, really good time, if you have just very good lines on your strafing, would be about 24 or 25 seconds, just for like a target goal. And now we can move into the Toxin Refinery. And like, most important thing coming into E1M3 is that you have high health, because there's so much opposition in this map and it's just full of hit scanners. But we're going to show off a new enemy that you see for the first time in Toxin Refinery, and that is going to be the Pinky. I'm going to double check that I saved it here. Okay. So let's clear out this room and show our new enemies. All right, we have the Pinky and the Spectre. Now, the Pinky and the Spectre are exactly the same as far as hit points, damage, speed, and everything. The only difference is the Spectre has that fuzz-like quality where it's going to be difficult to see in darker spaces. But we're going to take out the Spectre for now. So Pinkies have 150 health points. So they can take between 2 and 3 direct shotgun blasts. They deal between 40 to 40 damage in intervals of 4. So we're just going to show that. They hurt. Definitely hurt. Now, Pinkies are big. They have a pretty wide square hip... they have a large hitbox. And so it's easy for them to get in your way. So if you're kind of going up this corridor, and let's say you're around this barrel, you know, pretty easy for the Pinky to block you off and just get in your way and be annoying. But there's a strategy we can use is to reduce the damage. If you're in a tight area, you're trying to get around these demons, is the Pinkies have 3 kind of attack animation frames, and you don't take the damage until the second one. So, by backing up, just as that first attack animation frame is going off, we can reduce our damage to 0. So this is just baiting the Pinky's attack. I'll never take damage. We can do it in circles, we can do it to infinity. You don't even really need to go very far. Like, I'm just tapping, S. Don't take any damage from Pinkies. I think everybody just kind of feels sorry for the Pinky. They're just the butt end of jokes.
They're
But
pretty
if
much only
I-
going to hit you if you're being stubborn about trying to get around
Yeah.
them, and they block you pretty well.
So the speed that I gain from the Pinky's attack, like when I'm moving backwards for the elasticity, makes it hard for the Pinky to get in a follow-up attack. So sad. All right. So we're going to put on Invulnerability, and I just want to show you a little bit about the Toxin Refinery. Again, it's going to be a hairpin shape for the route that we will take for it. There's going to be a lot of shotgunners. You can see 1, 2, 3. We're never going to go for the Soul Sphere. But an area of interest, I want you to take a look at this section down below. So we have a window that's looking into a switch, and there's a whole bunch of enemies. Like there's literally like 8 imps. You have to remember, at least with this category, is that you are playing on the ultra-violence difficulty. So there's a lot of opposition and a lot of enemies. So like even before you get into speedrunning all these levels, like I'd say you want to go through casually and just get a sense of how ultra-violence plays out, just because you have that much opposition. It's not like an easy run where there's 2 enemies on the screen and you're just kind of hoping they don't get in the way.
It is important to play on ultra-violence if you want to do a casual playthrough before like starting the speedrunning, because the enemy numbers and placements are very different between the difficulties.
Yes, yeah. So in where we're going through this level, we're going to be going straight up the hallway, but we're going to be ignoring everything to the left. Like the exception is, like, on every single level, you can go slower. You can technically take everything out, right? But I'm trying to give you tools so that we can go faster. But all of those enemies, you won't be seeing them on your first foray going towards the blue key. But when you're coming back, the enemies, they flow out of this corridor and they're going to get in your way right around this door. So, you know, be like wary of the opposition when you're coming back out. Part number 2 is this oval room. The nukage areas around the outside are inescapable. So if you accidentally fall in, you're going to have to reload your save or whatever. But yeah, if you screw up, you fall off, you're done for. So do not fall in to the left, do not fall in to the right. The middle? Absolutely fine. This is safe, even though there's still nukage below us. But by pressing this switch, we can get 25 HP, and then it's going to bring the floor to... So it's just like a few points that I want you to take note of, because it's really, really sad if you fall into that pit. But since this level is so tricky, and there's so many problems that can arise, like even through marathon runs, we're going to be showcasing 3 different routes. So I got the very easy route, the easy route, and the hard route. So the very easy route is going to be essentially taking out all of the enemies. So we're going to, yeah, this is fine with a save point here. So in your first room, there is 10 additional HP that you can pick up. But yeah, we're going to be taking this very casual, taking out the hit scanners on either side. Okay, and you've got another 10 health over here, and you're not always going to take this health, but you just have to, you know, be paying attention to your resources and what can kind of go wrong. But like, I'm relaying this information just so you know, so that you're putting it in your toolkit. You have it so you can bring it out when you need to. Okay, to the next room. Got a barrel that we can use to our advantage to take out a few of the demons. And then to stop this backtracking nonsense, there's another barrel down below. It's really good. You can take out most of the stuff down here. There we go. It just blasted, and there's like 5 or 6 down. Did you see that right there?
You took so much damage from that shotgunner.
That was a single shotgunner, and it just crushed my health. And that's kind of the difficulty with this category, is you can be doing a lot right, and then you get a few bad rolls, because that was essentially pretty close to 45 damage, and you're done for.
And you got
and that's
blue
even
armor.
with the blue armor.
That was reduced by half.
Yeah. So continuing on, like, my intention with these easier routes, like, for the most part, is I'm trying to prevent you from getting flanked. Because if you get into the middle where you're getting fired on from both sides, that's like the quickest way that you might be forced upon with a death. Got 25 health here, very important to pick up. And then if you want to reduce hit scan damage, yeah, I know I did say it's either you get hit or you don't, but monsters they have like a reaction time, right? So you can use your wall camping strategies. So we're just kind of sitting here, staying away from the projectiles. You can kind of go in and out, take a pot shot, and go back. So we're going to clear the monsters, and so there's a Pinky and 2 shotgunners up ahead, but I want to show you a way to manipulate Pinkies. So we're going to keep this one awake just for now, just so I can do a little bit of a showcase, but we're going to take out the 2 shotgunners and that guy. So we're going to bring the Pinky here. Come on, Pinky. Come back. Monsters have a difficult time getting through tight spaces, but there we go.
His hitbox is big. He barely fits through there.
Yeah. But monsters kind of have tendencies to follow walls if you're along them, as we can see here. So I'm just kind of going back and forth along the wall just so you can take note of that monster behavior. Ah, I'm stuck.
And even when you dodged around him, he ran to the other wall for a brief moment. Like, he didn't run down the middle of the hallway. He actually ran all the way to that left wall.
Yeah. But like with situations like this where we are trying to go faster, is by using that behavior, you can like poke your head out right here where you see the Pinky, have it come towards you, and then scoot off towards the right wall so that you can get around. And it's like the same thing if you're coming up a long corridor. You don't want to be standing in the middle. If you're standing in the middle, it's likely you're just going to get blocked and it's going to slow you down. But if you stay on either of the sides, so you stay to the left or to the right, this isn't just with Pinkies. You're going to get similar behavior with the other monsters where they're sort of following in your general direction, and then you can manipulate them against the wall and then wrap around to the other side. Okay, so next area, we'll take out the 2 zombie men. Now it's supposed to be a trap. Monster closet opens up because we walk over a line def to open it up, but we're just going to run out. We don't care about them. So on the very easy route, pretty much everything is done for as far as opposition is. So
This is sort of the super safe way of doing this level because it's really difficult, like, damage-wise, right?
yeah, every race I've watched, people die here. They always die at Toxin Refinery. Like, I'd say it's arguably the hardest. It might be the hardest map in the run, besides like E1M5. It's just, it's really brutal.
It makes sense because there's like a lot of damage and you don't have better guns to deal with it yet. You just have your shotgun.
Yeah. Whereas if you had like the chain gun, you'd have a lot more firepower to deal with like the low health, the low health fodder.
Also, you can kind of stun lock enemies with the chain gun, can't you?
Yes, yes. Different enemies have different pain state chances too, but like these fodder enemies, like the zombies, shotgunners, imps, and pinkies all have like really high pain states that we can get into. So 25 HP here, but like as far as if you just survive Toxin Refinery, there's going to be enough resources on the next map so you can that you can use for the future levels, so you don't have to worry. So you finally get to the exit and we're done for. So that's the very easy route. If you're having trouble with this map, go slow and just try to deal with everything that's in front of you. Okay. So the easy route is where we're going to be trying to go fast, and I'm hoping this is where everybody can kind of get to as they're practicing. But you can make a decision on how many enemies that how many enemies that you're going to kill, but when you're taking things out, is you just have to take note of your positioning and like if you're running into trouble. So here, let's go back here. So on my easy route, this is going to be where you're trying to kill all of the shotgunners, but you're ignoring most of the other enemies. So zombies, imps, and pinkies. So if we go through here in the first door, could be aiming shotgunner. I'm not showing a ton of strafing with this route. But you take out both shotgunners, but okay, so in my head, when you're trying to take out extra demons, like here, when I'm sitting in the corner, like I know there's nothing behind me. There's nothing to my left. There's nothing to my right. It's a safe spot to take out enemies. But if you just go and run into a mob of them, take a bunch of damage and you die, it's, that's not a good way of clearing. Okay. I'm gonna push through here. Just take note of the shotgunners. Open this door from the left side. Aim. Shotgunner. Shotgunner. We're gonna pick up our health. Shotgunner, right shotgunner, and the one at long range. If it's very unsafe, you're getting below 50% here, I think it's perfectly fine for you to fall into the pit because it's going to give you time, some health. So you can take up some demons. And then here, so the demon's on the left side of the wall. So I want you to strafe as quickly as you can to the right side so we can sneak around, and then you're going to try to line up the shotgunners. So try that right now. So strafe to the right, and you can save some time. Take out the left zombie. There we go. We got like a pretty nice clear. Okay, so it's a chaotic situation, and we have so much stuff in front of us, and there's like so many variables that are going on. But like I've got a pinky right in front of me, so we know we can use our bait tactics, but you want to be, making use of your little minor movements so that you can just get into safe places. So there's projectiles. When they're getting shot, they're going towards us. So if we're moving to the left or if we're moving to the right, we can ensure that they don't hit us. Run around. Just kind of remember that monsters have very big hitboxes, so you want to give yourself space as you go around. Okay, tons of space now in this hallway. Get this, don't fall into that nukage pit. It's also inescapable. So kind of a dirty trick. So see, like we can bring the pinky over there, move to the left. So in the easy route, my intention is for the player to take out all 4 shotgunners in this room, and you might ask why. I don't want shotgunners coming towards you from your backside. So you're taking a whole bunch of damage in the final room. You've got good health, and then big accident occurs and you get taken out. It's unfortunate. Go safe. So we're moving forward. Line them up as best as you can. Line them up. Okay, here with 60 HP, we've got a 25 medkit, and we know we're fairly healthy, so we can go aggressive and go into the end staircase. Because the staircase, when you trigger it to rise, it takes a number of seconds so that it goes up. So you're saving the most time by triggering it as fast as possible. So we're going to run through. Your first aim will be the barrel on your right. Then you're going to run to the end wall and fire at the barrel behind you. And that's to prevent monsters from destroying it, and so that we do not die. Okay, there's a health pack. And bam, that's our easy route. And I think with that route, you can, if you're going a little quicker and not talking the whole darn time like me, you can save, I'd say 25, 27 seconds over that. And maybe even quicker as you're implementing more strafes. Okay, the hard route, we're going to show this is you're going as fast as you can, and you're going to be ignoring four specific shotgunners. Okay. First one you ignore is the second one on the left. Cool Doom behavior right there. So the zombie men and the shotgunner were infighting between one another. This is mechanic in classic Doom where monsters can fight, and sometimes that zombie wins, which is fantastic. It's really good for us. But if demons attack each other, yeah, they have a chance of fighting, and they will fight to the death. The only exception is that demons of the same type won't fight each other. So like an imp won't fight an imp, a pinky won't fight a pinky, but hit scanners can fight one another. So a zombie could fight a zombie, or a shotgunner could fight a shotgunner. Take out those two. You're skipping this shotgunner. You think I should just redo this one, Railkin, just because of the infighting thing? Just randomly.
I mean, it's fine. Infighting's just gonna happen sometimes.
Okay. Skip both of these shotgunners. We're going to skip the shotgunner on the right. And there's like a lot of tricky movement you can do through here. But I recommend going on the inner sides of the enemies, because if you go on the outer side, then you're risking going into the pit. And secondly is there's kind of a speed trick / mechanic called thing running. And that means if you're scooting along the hitbox of an enemy, like you're running beside them, is you can get a double speed boost, go twice as fast as normal. So you'll just get shot off. You'll go straight into the pit, like you won't be expecting it. So I say play this part conservatively. Be careful. Go around. Grab the blue key. Here we go. We got so much open area there. I see zombie is weaker than an imp. That's why I'm going for the right side. This Spectre can be nasty and stand in your way in the middle of that doorway. So if the Spectre is, you will have to kill it. Grab your health kit. Just aiming at shotgunners. We don't really care about anything else. So with this strategy, we're ignoring the shotgunners on the right. And we're actually going to push straight through, straight to the staircase without even really taking out much. Stay towards the top of the staircase, be further away from the hit scanners, but take out the imps on the way up. So there we go, 59 seconds, but if you're going as fast as possible, you can get that down to about 42 or 43. But even if you're a pretty competent player, I still, in races, like a race scenario, you're not going for world record attempts, I say kill extra shotgunners. It's going to save your life. It's going to save your life. Practice the heck out of this map.
So you know what saves the most time? Not having to load that save you made at the start of the level?
Yes, that one. So we're going to just continue on to the next map then and not mess up that side. Okay, E1, M4 command control. I consider this as like a break level. There's not as much going on, but there's a stash in a wall, so there's mini secrets. Sorry, there's secrets that are throughout the levels, but because everything is so non-linear, I can't show you everything really in the game. Like, you can do that in your own time, like in a casual playthrough, but I want to show you items that are within like the boundary of the speed run, like what you're going to be coming across. So there'll be like more forward routes, take extra damage, maybe you want to pick this up. But I like this one because there's a backpack. And a backpack increases your the maximum amount that you can carry in your weapon. So if you look down at the bottom right of the screen, there's acronyms, so bullets, shells, rockets, and cells. That used to be 200, 50, 50, 300. But after picking up the backpack, it's 400, 100, 100, 600. So it increases your maximum capacity by 2 times. And it also gives you an array of weaponry. So it gave us 20 cells, so that's 20 out of 600, 1 rocket. It gives us some bullets and some shells. So backpacks are often useful. We're going to be just worrying about the left side of the map. And I want to showcase one safety strategy. If you're incredibly low coming out of Toxin Refinery, got 30 or 40 health, you can go down here in the nukage. First things first, it's a great safety strategy where you have additional rockets. And there's a soul sphere. But this is a one-time switch. So there is one-time switches. There's like one-time actions and there's repeating actions. So if you use the switch and you don't get on the elevator, you can't get on. So go over here in the corner, make sure you're on the elevator. And there we go, we're gonna go up and get the soul sphere. So if a lot of enemies below, a risk you can take is that there's infinite height blocking you. So, you know, if we're just taking this really safe, we can go back through the nukage, go up the elevator. And if we go through here, you're going to notice that was the room we were just in with the barrels. But there's a big central room. We're going to ignore all of it and go over to here. So, this is the first time you'll be using a trick in the run. And just by skipping over, as you can see, there's a little ledge. And to execute this one, we're going to be using SR50. SR50 lets us go the longest distance. So, I think kind of importantly, if you're looking at the lighting of the ledge, is you'll notice it's a little bit darker. So that's what we want to aim for. So when I'm coming in this room, I try to get into the middle of the doorway. And then I'm going to move my screen so that we're approximately in the middle of the unlit wall. And then so strafe 50. In my case, I'm pressing A, W, E, and Alt. So strafe 50. We make the ledge. You can make this ledge with strafe 40, but it's really, really tight. So I'm going to recommend strafe 50. Show this again. So you're coming into the room, through the middle, move till you're approximately, the middle of that wall panel. I accidentally pressed left. This can happen when you're strafing, just accidentally pressing an input too early, as I noticed I was going left there. Middle of the wall, you're going to make it every single time. Okay. And this skips just the majority of the map. There's a large maze section where you go and pick up a blue key, but we skip all of that. You want to make sure you have the yellow key. I've got low armor, 5%. So let's get this too. Press the switch and you're going to open this door. But, okay, let's say you've done the trick. You get to this door and the door isn't working. So you press use like 5 or 6 times and you're wondering like, why won't the door open? That's because of it's kind of like an accident in the map building here, is there's 2 attributes that were tagged 3 by accident. So there's this door, and I'm going to clip and show you where the other one is. Sorry, which side was that? Sorry, I think it's east. Not bad. Here we go. This elevator here is the same tag as that door. And since monsters are always using use, where they can open doors, they can also use lifts, which is kind of crazy. So if a monster is using this lift, you can't open the door. So you're just going to have to keep spamming that on the door, and don't be too worried. It's eventually going to open for you. So pressing this switch raises this elevator. And then once you get in here, is the shotgunners will be idle. You can run right past them without waking them up. But you're going to be like leaning more against the wall. Just get straight past them, go through, and that's the whole level here. Okay, so let's show this one off. I'm going to show the faster route. We're not going to worry too much about the Soul Sphere, but you can go get the Soul Sphere if you're hooked. So open both of these doors, grab this, strafe, get through the barrels, make sure you're going through the middle, not running straight through the barrels. This is a really good level to practice your alignments for that. Go in the middle, approximately, there we go, you're going to hit it every time. One thing that can happen, if the imp attacks the barrel that's in front of you, it might be in the way. So you may have to destroy it, just don't be too close to the barrel.
Mm-hmm. That's because even if the barrel doesn't get blown up, it still moves slightly? Is that what you mean?
Yes, yes. Because the imp does 3 to 24 damage, and a barrel has 20 HP, so they can get a roll that's below the barrel, but it pushes it. So there's a little momentum with the barrel.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to open that. Go through. That's it. That's command control. 33 seconds. I haven't done it for any of the previous levels, but I do want to show one that's just a little more just optimized. We'll show you a faster time because that one's like, okay, you're kind of strafe running time, but it's like a shorter map. What's a faster time? What's a faster strafe running? So open this, open both. I'm just gonna kind of be quiet because or else I'll distract myself. As always, I always distract myself. Get through. Straight around. So I knocked that all the way down from 33 to 21. If I skip the pack back and I skip the medkit at the start, like I can get this one down to 16 or 17. It's crazy how much time you can save just by good, solid movement. Like from 33 to 21 to 16, 17. So that's going to be all about your practice.
Yeah, and for new runner, you definitely want that backpack, especially if you're going to be killing some extra stuff that gets in your way. It's really handy.
Yes, yes. I think that's a cool thing to talk about, Railcoon, or at least to bring up, because there's boss monsters in each episode, and like a lot of the weapon routing is based around these boss monsters. And so we want to have enough rockets to take them out on map 8. Okay, we're going to save that one. I think we showed that trick enough on the previous map.
Yeah.
So Phobos Lab is going to be the second long level. It's a pretty tricky one, but we'll try to show off how it's going. So at the start of this level, monsters stay in an idle state, so they won't be awoken. So we'll take advantage of this. Is we want to stay tight to the right opening. Just so we can prevent a specter from getting in our way. So we're going to hold to the right. Though, of course, the shotgunner got in our way. And we can see a second specter that's coming up along the wall. And we want to get there quickly so that we can glue ourselves to the right wall and then quickly move left so to get around it. So here, right, get past, hold on the right wall, and then left. And we can really quickly do this. So our whole intention of coming here is we just want to hit a trigger that's on the ground just below me, and it's going to raise a bridge. It's going to raise that bridge, and now we can get out. Gonna backtrack. There's a specter behind me. I don't have to be baiting pinky attacks by looking at it. So since I know the Spectre is behind me, if you're just tapping W, because I know I'm blocked, I know there's a bunch of demons in front of me. Like, we've made that assessment, is since we're going to be slowed down a little bit, as long as you're tapping W, you're preventing all damage, and you're not going to take damage. Get into this room. There is a 25 health kit on our left, so you can pick that up. And as we get into this room, you're going to take out the imp. You can line up those two shotgunners. And then as you're picking up this yellow key and then backing on out, destroy that barrel so we can deal some damage. So that's an area that we'll be getting into later in the run. Now, dropping down into the nukage, mini secrets, the texture color is different. So the right texture here is green and the middle one is like a light brownish. So that's the secret that we're going to go into, and then we're picking up an awesome weapon. So a pack of rockets down there is +5. I'm going to get a blue mega armor and a rocket launcher, which is insane. We get so much stuff right away. Okay, I want to do a tiny little showcase, something frustrating that can happen to you as you're getting faster and you're doing more strafing. So this, to open this door, is you have to walk over a line def, where you get the special line def action that works on the sector and raises the door.
I know what's going on, okay.
But I've gone too fast. I've skipped a line def. I'm going slower because I've gone too fast. So if you want to dive into this deeper, like, my recommendation is to check out Ultimate Doom Builder, where you open up the map, check out where different line defs are, but once you know like the approximate position, usually what you're doing is you're slowing down a little bit at these sections so you don't skip it. Because now we're going to go back. Now it's open. Okay, but we've picked up the rocket launcher, so let's talk about this for just a second. So the rocket launcher has 2 different damage components. It's got direct damage from 20 to 160 and splash damage of 0 to 128, depending on like how close it is to all the monsters. So with the low health of the enemies, as we've talked about, like, it's going to devastate everything in episode 1, but we don't get very many shots. There's not a lot of rocket ammo, so you need to save this for everything is clustering together. So, yeah, we'll do safe to save here. So we're going to put away that rocket launcher for a second. Oh, this closed. We can't open it by using. We got to go back to our line. There we go. Open it back up. So tons and tons of hit scanners over here just for the basis of kind of showing the route. I'm going to be taking out everything so we have a second to talk, because this room is pretty important. It's actually where I'm going to be using the third save. So there is like a really easy way to take care of this room and some harder ways, and I'd say it's the hardest room in episode 1. So there's going to be 2 pinkies on an elevator in front of you, and we can do a pacifist route where we're not going to wake up monsters so that we can run past them later. Because if they were all woken up, they'd come into the corridors, because we're dealing with 2 thin corridors on your left and on your right. And yeah, it's just going to waste a whole bunch of time. Or there's a way where you take out all the enemies and then kind of like a mid-speed way. So let's start out with one where we're destroying monsters. So in this case, we're going to take out the rocket launcher and you're going to fire 2 rockets. This is the problem with Doom tutorial. Stop interrupting me. Okay. We're going to open the yellow door. 2 rockets, because we've got 2 pinkies. And since we've done that, like just by firing, that is going to kind of wake up all of the monsters in this room. So that ruins the pacifist strategy right there. It's right when you open the door. Okay. Sorry, start out easy route, easy route. We're just taking out monsters. And we're gonna go down here. There's a cluster of hit scanners and a greatly placed barrel we can take advantage of. So the switch to your right is for progression, so that we can go back through. But I want to show you a safety cluster, because you might have to use it in this room. So you're opening 3 walls, and you can get a 25 med kit and a soul sphere. A soul sphere gives 100 health. It's plus 100. So since I was at 64, plus 100 is 164%. You can get up to a max of 200% health. I say the second you go into the secret, you are gonna be mobbed and just slow down in this corner. You know you're not gonna die, but it will be slow. So we take out whatever we can. Gonna press the switch. When you press that switch, get more monsters. Now you'll notice this monster closet that's open. There's about a half dozen enemies in here, and on the other symmetric side of the room, there's another half dozen enemies, and that's like triggered as we're going down kind of towards the switch. So that's what I mean by just monsters that come through, they cluster, and they waste time. Okay, 2 different ways you can get out of this room. If you've taken everything out, you are fine going up the middle. So you would just go out, and then the whole point is by hitting that switch is we open this wallway at the end to get through. This is a triggered elevator, so you have to go over a line def. There we go, trigger it. Now with infinite height properties, we talked about monsters, but you can also open doors, and you can hit switches anywhere along the z-axis. So me being down here on the elevator, you can hear the sound of the door opening. Open it from below. There we go. Saves you a little bit of time. So in this secret area, there is 50 health. Make 56 health. Forget about the blur artifact. We're not going to worry about it for now. But there's no enemies, so it doesn't make a lot of sense until I talk about the harder routes. But that's the easy route here, where you're pretty much taking out everything. Okay. So instead of destroying all the enemies, we're going to just try to get through these hallways. It's kind of like a mid-range. So we've opened this, fired 2 rockets. Just trying to go fast. You want to blow up this barrel, because if you don't blow up the barrel, you're going to get so constricted it'll be frustrating. So we're going to run past. At 84% health, I've made the assessment that I probably don't need the secret soul sphere. Like, this is just a health assessment based on experience. So we're going to go back through. As you can see there, unfortunately though, I had a big cluster, and it's actually why I don't like to use this strategy so much, because it can go poorly.
Is there merit, like if that happens, to back up and go the other way around? Like if there's a huge cluster like that?
Yes, if you're completely intent on surviving, and usually you are, right?
Yeah.
Just turning around and going for like that 25 health in the soul sphere, that would be like absolutely like the right option. Like you see, you're at 50%. Everything's in the way. Just back up. Just back up. We'll try that one. One more time. Go through. And destroy this barrel on the right. 97%, I'm fairly happy. Okay. So you finally got to the elevator, and then you can open the door up above. You can see it gets very scary. And then since we're at 55%, you can grab a medkit, grab a medkit. And then you can go on forward. Okay, final strategy. So this is the pacifist route. And when you open this door, I recommend that you strafe back to the left, and we're going to be trying to get past both of the pinkies and the 2 zombie men and the imp without shooting at all. So here we go. So we're going to strafe back to the left, forward. We had the pinky to the right, so I'm going to just try to run through. And the second you get through, you're so happy if you get to this point. But you're going to hang a left and sit on this wall, because then we get the pinky. He's going to sit on the left wall so we can go around. Don't shoot in this room. It's still a pacifist strategy. Now, once you get here, this pinky is asleep. You're going to go around on the left side because there is a barrel on the right. So the barrel plus the pinky, huge hitboxes. You're not going to get around, but you want to do this really quickly to get past the imps. Once you're past both of those, then you can shoot. You're up here. So in the runs that I do, I love the pacifist route once you have it practiced up, but just a reminder, it's probably one of the hardest, or it is one of the hardest rooms in this speed run. So just be prepared that it might kill you a lot. Okay, perfect. Can do a save point, just gonna save this one. So pinkies are in the way, but if we are lucky enough, we just have enough space to get past them. But since there is 2 pinkies, I'm gonna kind of make the assessment that it's unlikely I can get around, but like, you know, if you get the right kind of movement, you can bypass them, but you know, you can be prepared to take them out. So the cluster of enemies in the next room is, at first, most of them are on the left. As we go up the staircase, there's going to be a bunch on the right, and there will be 3 pinkies. And if we're take like a direct route where we can get around to the left of the pinkies, we can just skip everything. So as you can see right there, like we're just skipping everything in the room. So you can do that strategy. You can kill everything. If you get to this point and you have nothing, you're at 10% health, your one safety option is this room where you get 35 HP and you get a chain gun. So you get the chain gun a little early, so I don't really want to show off this part just for now. But you can take advantage of that and the rest of episode 1. And it's a great vantage point to knock out the rest of the enemies, but obviously slower. Okay, once we get in here, there's tight corridors with imps, some shotgunners. Actually, just more like one shotgunner at the beginning. But by staying towards our left or to our right, we're going to use those manipulations so that we can have all of the imps on one side just so we can run past. That's what we're going to try to do. So, you know, get everything there to the right. I'm going to continue on the right. And then since I'm on the right and they're moving to the right, we're going to go back to the left. I swear, like, 50% of this game is going to be juking one direction and then going the other. So practice your hockey deeks. Okay. at the end of this hallway, I wouldn't want to be at 18%. I'm a little unhappy about the HP, but this is where you take out your rocket launcher. Now, there's a special property you can have called monster blocking lines, where monsters cannot get past it. So this staircase is, there's the width of the stairs is like the monsters should be able to get up, but because there's a monster blocking line, they're not going to chase us up the stairs. So we can stay in the back corner and fire 3 rockets. 1, 2, 3. We're all good. Can grab the blue key, get some health. And then this Spectre, it'll either go down the staircase or it'll come towards us.
Now, like you mentioned
Okay,
earlier,
we'll take
if
it.
you still had a good amount of armor, would you avoid that green armor there?
Okay, so I had 1% armor since I was super low. I went for it, but there is the blue armor earlier in the map, so Railcoon is right. Smart for mentioning this. But yes, if we had high blue armor, you'd skip that. And usually we do skip it because of the blue armor.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But like at 1%, like I'd say if you're below 60, 70% blue armor, then it's usually worth it to go
Okay.
for the green. It's just starting to get pretty low.
Yeah, good to know.
There's so many like kind of user cases in Doom. So what I find Rails is just like this can happen or this can happen. Whereas I think when we're watching the speed seasons with Mario 2, is just like usually this case occurs, and then that's that. You have that strat or that strat.
For Super Mario Bros. 2, like Cool Kid was talking about how it's pretty much just deterministic. You can make the same stuff happen every time. So Doom is a lot more of reacting to what the game gives you.
Yeah, Chad, it's the absolute opposite. The opposite of deterministic. This is I feel like a speedrunner's worst nightmare with how much like RNG is often, complained about a little bit. It's the opposite end of the spectrum. But going into this room, there's monsters can be triggered as ambush monsters, where they won't wake up unless they see you, instead of firing through sound propagation and waking them up. So until you get past this corner, the Spectre won't wake up. So you can mostly just ignore it and go to the blue door and open it. You just need to be fast. So I'm going to show like a few different routes through here. The very first one is you just want to hook left, and I'm calling this the easy route because like instead of dealing with a dark room with specters, there we go. We get light amplification visor so we can see.
I forgot that was a thing.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so there's like an arrow or kind of like a U-shaped area. You can open the middle and then use this barrel to your advantage. And then, easier strategy, you can take everything out. The fast way, we're going to take out a rocket launcher and deal with the pinkies in the final room. But yeah, so the rocket launcher has such a big blast radius, is when you're opening that door, you want to shift back a little bit just to ensure that you're not blowing yourself up. But it is a pretty dangerous strategy, so just have this route in your toolkit where you're just being careful. So the other route is going to be going straight through the middle, and there's 2 shotgunners in front of you. You want to line them up. You're going to open the middle section, fire the barrel, and this is where you changed your rocket launcher. Open the door, back up, and we're going to get in here. Use the baiting strategies. Like, I'm super close to these pinkies, and they just can't hit anything. So just by taking advantage of movement as you can get through there, but like with the exception of using your rocket launcher, you're gonna have to take out some of the specters to your in the different directions, because or else you're dealing with that tougher route. So we're gonna show off the entire map now from start to finish. It's a long one. Phobos Lab is gigantic, but yeah, go back to the start. I'm gonna show off. Yeah, I guess kind of like a mid-ranged way to do it. So go through here, stay to your right. Oh, we got bad luck. So I'm just gonna start firing. Sometimes you get bad luck. So we hit the trigger to raise the bridge. We're gonna go here, pick up the 25. Blast the imp, line up these two shotgunners. Make sure to hit the barrel on your way back. The different colored texture for your secret. Don't go too fast here. So you skip your trigger. Kind of ignoring those monsters on the far side, but they're not very close to us. Okay, so with the mid-range strategy, remember to destroy your barrel on your right. But I'm going to make this even a little safer so that we destroy these monsters. Get them out of the way. Okay, we got too much stuff, so we're going to make the assessment. It's really scary out there. A way to make this like a little bit faster, if you want to fire one rocket at this window with so much stuff, fire one rocket. As you can see, you took out 5 or 6 enemies, just to speed it up. There we go, we're all cleared through, we can go up. But since enemies were still alive and we skipped some in the central room, you're going to use one rocket here. There we go. You take out just everything. The rocket launcher is amazingly powerful, very effective. Okay, here. Skip to your left. There we go. Stay up against the wall, and now we're manipulating the imps to the left. Stay right. To your left. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Bring the Spectre out. Be careful as you're going along to this wall. We're going straight to the blue door. And we're going to grab our light amplification. Okay, open up. I just really recommend this route for beginners just because the rocket strategy can bring in so many problems, but well, put in the practice. Okay, so I picked up the rocket, come back out, fire one in here, can bypass the pinky, and there we go. That is Phobos Lab. I'm kind of purposely going slow just to kind of showcase all of the variables, but you can cut off like a minute 20 from that. Okay, let's go forward into central processing. This is one of my favorite tricks in this run, just because you can save 35 seconds, which is awesome. But there's a line def, which once you pass it, it lowers a wall where the property is to close the room for 35 seconds. So to prevent this, we're going to get a monster in the way of the wall lowering so it hits its head, gives it a concussion, goes back up, and we save 35 seconds. But at the very start, there is 3 different sets of health, because you can, like I've just showed you a strategy using rockets at the end of E1 and M5. Like you can blow yourself up and be coming out with 20 HP. So you've got 20 health that you can pick up. You have 10 health over here, which isn't really very much, but there's a third gigantic stash, very good for safety. where you're going to be picking up 75 HP and a green armor. Okay, let's go back to the beginning. So 53%, we're going to grab some of these. But I'm going to take out all the shotgunners just so I can kind of show what's going on. And we're going to just use a zombie man instead. So you can think of this as like a beginner route, because both the shotgunners are close to this trigger. So let's safety save this. So the trigger is here. Once you hit this trigger, that wall is closed for 35 seconds. So let's bring our buddy. Come on, buddy. No. Not that way. Come on. We don't bite. Okay. We'll take you out just so there's no like infighting. But as you can see, the so from the shaded area to the lit up area, right at that intersection is where we want to run over the trigger. So we want the zombie to be in between those two. Use that as a visual cue as we're running over. So it's moving forward, right about now. Okay, let's bring it back out. Coming forward, there. So you hit the trigger, bops the zombie in the head, and you save 35 seconds. That's kind of the easier route, so let's show it if we're using a shotgunner instead. So blast that, we'll blast the imp. And then we're gonna blast the shotgunner on the right. As you can see, since like the enemy is in position, we can do this way faster. You're gonna be saving so much time. There we go. Once it's in the intersection of the area, then we can back up, hit the trigger. It's fine as you're learning this just to be watching the enemy and doing that. There is like this method that you can do here. That's the fastest method. Don't really recommend it for beginners, but okay. 63%. Let's get back through here. Bring it out, looking. There we go, bop the head. Okay, so we're gonna do a safety save. All you're doing in this room, you're grabbing the yellow key. We finally get our chain gun, which is awesome. And then you're running on out. Since you're dealing with just zombie men, it's not too dangerous of a room. If you get extremely bad luck, you can go down. But yeah, you just run in and then you run out. So we're gonna do a save point so we can show the next weapon. This is the chain gun, and it still uses pellets like a lot of the early weapons in this game. The difference is though between this and the pistol is when you fire it once, it's gonna fire 2 shots instead of 1 shot. So there's a much greater rate of fire on the chain gun. But if you remember the pistol when we were doing the, if you're just tapping your mouse and having small delays, that first shot always goes straight. The same thing applies with the chain gun, but it fires 2 shots straight instead of 1 shot straight. So I'm going to hold down the chain gun. You've got dispersion. It's difficult to hit monsters at long range, but if you're tapping, it's always straight. So you can take advantage of that for your long range sniping. Okay. So we got the red key. We're gonna go straight. Go over here to the left door. And the chain gun is very powerful. It's unlike the pistol. So if you just take out all these enemies, you got the blue key, but there is some safety health. So 69%, you're pretty low. Want to keep ourselves safe. Go for the Soul Sphere. As we're coming back out, there is a mega armor, so you can stock yourself up to really high HP, really high health. Okay. Coming up through this corridor, ensure that you pick up all 10 rockets. Good place just to strafe, not too much opposition. You're going to take out your rocket launcher coming around this corner. Fire once, so window and right. And then 3 more rockets, which will hopefully take everything out. Okay. In this room, there's a trigger below that is going to open a secret. There's like a big, long, kind of intended way to do this map, but we're going to skip the vast majority by going through opening up the secret. So kind of a cool non-linear thing going on. I'd pick up the yellow key, pick up the backpack, because that gives us another rocket. And then the trigger is right here along this line. So not the end of the world if you do have to shoot, but if you don't shoot, you get 5 imps, which are in a nice position to go fast. So I'm going to try not to shoot as we're going back. So as you get to this hallway, since we are still pacifists, we haven't shot and propagated sound throughout the sector and woken everything up, we can run into the 3rd imp from our right, which is this one. I'm gonna blast it. So you can either do that to get through really quick or just kill all 5 imps for like an easier, safer way. Get another 10 rockets, +1 on there. Okay, we picked up a blur artifact. The blur artifact, when demons are shooting at you, this puts an offset on their attacks. So hit scanners, they're going to miss much more often. But for projectile monsters, it still has that offset, but it's kind of like tricky for the human brain to like process where the projectiles are going. So like as far as runners of this game, we've assessed it as like weak for projectile monsters. Like you don't want a blur artifact when you're fighting a cyber demon. It's horrible. So we don't really need to worry about the shotgunners. There's a door up above. Take advantage of the Z-axis. So we're going up, so we're opening it. There's monsters. They aren't very dense though, so we can take a direct path. Now, as you get to this point, you press the switch and you're coming down the stairs. There's a pinky on your left, but if we stay close to the wall and then take a quick right, we can get around it without being blocked. Okay. Where you'll have your rocket launcher out, you're going to fire 3 rockets. 1, 2, 3. On going to the left route, fire 1 rocket. Take out your chain gun. You've got 2 options, is you can use the chain gun on the barrel that's directly in front of you, or you can use a rocket. I'd say chain gun, easy strategy, rocket a little bit harder, because the pinky can move in a direction where it dodges it. Okay. Back yourself up to the back of this room, and we're going to take out all the monsters here. Now the cool part, once everything is destroyed, is you just don't have to worry about monsters getting in your way. So let's do a safety save. You can take out the rockets, and you're going to be firing another 3 rockets at specters out here. And you want to go quick. So 1, 2, 3. As you can see, it's like monster closets opening up to your left, in front of you, to your right. But just by using those 3 rockets, is you can take out everything towards the exit room and finish the map pretty quick. Okay. So let's show that off from start to finish. And use, again, like a mid-range strat. So 53% health. I'm not feeling super duper safe. So, you know, let's use a shotgunner, but let's get ourselves to full. I'll take out everything in this room. We still have the shotgunner baited out towards us. Yeah. Okay, it's a little bit past. Let's run on in. There we go. Grab the red key. There we go, plus 10 health. Opening up the red door, just take out all the enemies.
machine gun
Sure,
is so nice.
we'll get the Soul Sphere. We'll get the Soul Sphere. We're being safe. Beginner run. Don't forget your Mega Armor. You're going to pick that up. Really good place to practice some strafing. So strafe, strafe. Practice those lines. 2 rockets. 1, 2, 3 rockets in here. And again, you're fine shooting in this room, but when you've hit the trigger, that's when the pacifist starts. So right now, where you can still take advantage of it. Now, fire, fire. So quick when it's done right. Okay. Make sure you're picking up all your rockets. Press spacebar to open the door up above. And not too crazy for density, and we've got high HP, so let's make use of it. Pinky on your left. 1, 2, 3. 1 to your left. And we're gonna wrap around to the back. You can use saves in this race. Like, honestly, use your safety save here. Then go for the switch. Grab your rocket launcher. Great. I'm kind of glad this was shown, though, because it's just, like, it can happen. This is another non-deterministic case. So, you know, here we can take out our chain gun. You can take out all the enemies in the room, or you can also do more aggressive, where, like, at 151%, 130%, we can make an aggressive chain gun. So, you know, whichever you kind of chose to do, you can do that. It's pretty scary. And get out of here.
Yeah, one habit for saving that you see that Dime is doing right now that's really, really good. One save for the start of the level, save below it for saves during the level. Just to make sure you don't wind up in that situation where you've only got the one save and either you're just so low health, so low ammo that you can't really get out of it, or sometimes you make a save and there's a projectile about to hit you from behind, and every time you load it, you die. Just so you now have a save that doesn't do anything.
Yeah, always a frustrating case. But yeah, having a hard save at the start of levels is useful. And then if you really want to use a third save or something where you had it like a couple levels back, but like just be really wary of where you're using them. Okay, so we're going to save this on Computer Station. Computer Station. Sorry, I just got to confirm this save. Honestly, episode 1 is going to take longer than episode 2 and 3. It's going to go faster
Yeah.
once we get through
The whole point
this
for
first one.
this,
There's just a lot going on in episode 1.
the whole
So-
point for the showcase is we're going to take longer explaining episode 1 and then kind of speed up as we go.
Yeah. I just want to cheat straight to the blue key. So you can see a monster closet that's opened up. It's just that once you get later on into the level, you might be confused because you've taken out so many enemies. And if I'm just kind of going straight by them, you don't see what's going on. But like, there's lots of enemies that are clustering around. You get this area that opens up. So as we get back, there's another monster closet. So if you're kind of wondering why so many enemies are around, that's why. Computer Station, our main route is going to be starting to the left so we can go to the yellow key. And we have space to make use of this. So I'll take out the shotgunner. Just line them up. And if you go straight here, there's pretty much no opposition behind us, so we're free. Knock out both enemies up above. And right when you get to this corner, if you go to the far side, you can line up both shotgunners, take them out with one blast. There we go, one blast where you get your yellow key. So, safety save. There are enemies down below. Be wary of infinite height. that can block you off. As you're seeing, like I'm holding strafe, and we're kind of blasted into a bunch of enemies, but they usually come towards you on that wall. So if you wrap all the way around, like if you're up here and then you fall down, like less chance that you'll get blocked off. Okay, now going through to the yellow key, you're going to want to have your shotgun out so you can take out this shotgunner. And safety save, there's like 2 different ways to go about this section. First, easier way, blow up the barrels, take everything out. Now, this trigger is that elevator in front of you coming down. And there's 4 different triggers on the elevator for it to go up. So, yeah. If you walk over on either of the 4 corners, the elevator goes up. So when you're running past it, you don't want to accidentally run over it because you'll have to bring it back down. Okay, the faster strategy is you're going to take out 2 zombie men on the right. And we're going to run through. Can even get past this pink. Just going to take out these enemies so that I have a little bit of time. Once we get to right about here, just be aware you've got a small med kit, which gives 10%. There's a green armor. And a 25% health kit. So that's your safety health in the area. And you want to take out your rocket launcher because there's 1 pinky on this elevator, and we want to use the rocket to... the intention of the rocket is to fire... use the time that the elevator is down, because you have a couple seconds before it goes back up. So we're going to use this time to our advantage. So we're going to move forward, fire 1, fire 1, fire 1, and go to the rocket. The most important are really the pinky and the 3 imps by the blue key. So you don't have to do the backtrack rocket, but you have time to use it. Annoying pinky on the staircase. Take advantage of kind of hanging out on walls so that we can dodge around. And then after you do all this, there's a monster closet directly to our right that opens up, so you'll likely be blocked. Yeah, we're going to run back through. So, we accidentally rise it up from this side. Yeah. You would have to go back to your line trigger to lower the elevator. So, sadly, because I'm at 5% health, and I actually can't think, because I used all the safety health. But since I'm at 5%, one of the problems is the nukage can kill me by then, so that's just like super unfortunate. That never happens. It never happens. So we're just gonna redo this.
If you needed a reason as to why Dime is encouraging learning safer strategies.
Yeah, I encourage you to learn the maps, play them casually before you get into the speedrun, because you want to know everything that's available, because I'm at 5% health, and just by me knowing the map, I know I can go the other direction on the elevator, go backwards, and there's a jump that you can do to get like a 25 med kit, and I could come all the way around. I technically have a backup strat, it's just it's learning the game. So here we're low. I'm gonna pick this up. So, since we're properly at 93% health and 100% armor, as you come into this section and you're coming back to the tower, we're going to fire 1 rocket into the far window, just save ourselves some time later on. We can use that safety save. So fire 1 rocket. All you have to do Like once you get to this side of the elevator, if you just press W, just press forward, you're gonna get over. Grab this for safety. There is 2 safety sections here. The first is if you want more rockets for the Baron. If you go down here, there is a blue mega. And then to get back to the Soul Sphere, like we have so much health that we can make use of. And we're going to see how many imps we're taking out. This is the area where the 1 rocket was fired. So we got all 3 imps. Really good luck. Grab the blue key. And then if we look to the left, this is the start of the map. So we've wrapped around in this level, but we're going to hook a right. Going down this staircase. Now, if we go very fast on the staircase, we're going to bump our head on the top of the wall, which is like unfortunate. So instead, when you're going down here, if you just kind of tap like straight 40, is you can fall down the staircase and get through fast enough. All these monster closets have opened up. This is the clustering that I was talking about. Everything gets in your way around the door, so I'm just going to have a chain gun out. Be prepared so that we can run through, and then you're going to go on over to the blue door. Use the chain gun going all around. This is the rocket from the tower. The one that we fired. So you can see the tower. We were firing a rocket straight across so we can take out a few enemies. Yeah, all about the chain gun. Chain gun is much better than the shotgun as long as you have ammo. If you just have rows and rows of these low health mobs. Okay. Final section of the map. It's going to continue using the chain gun. I've actually run out because I've accidentally used like more than I've intended, but that'll be okay because we're going to be at the last level after this. Once you get through this section, that is the end of the computer station. The longest section of the run, E1M5 through E1M7 is tough. But, okay, we're going to go back to the start of computer station. Show off. Nice, leisurely. So, pick out your shotgun. We're going to take him out. We're just taking out the middle zombie for some space. Imp. Both of the enemies up on the higher ledges. And then remember, you're going to strafe over to the corner so you can line them up. Line them up. I didn't line them up, but we're still okay. Try to run down. We're okay. Okay. We're gonna do the safer strat where we take everything out. Make sure to dodge the elevator, don't go on top of it. Just by knocking out that demons, that opens up. If you stay at the right of this door, just aim for the barrel. Use that barrel to your advantage.
He really blocked the barrel that time.
I know.
You had almost all them
Okay,
dead by the time you shot the barrel.
Random elements to your weapons. There is a 1 in 8 chance that a Pinky can survive a rocket blast. Because again, 20 to 160 direct and 128 blast damage. It did 148 damage. The Pinky has 2 health remaining. That's why it survived.
Like you could pull out your pistol and just one tap him at that point.
Yep.
Punch it in the face.
Blast through this room with our chain gun. We get 25 health there. Again, stick in. Watch out for this monster closet. But again, if you go quick, you can get right around it. This is where you take out your rocket launcher. Fire to the end. Just use our forward. I was really lucky on that. It almost knocked us off. Gonna go for the safety rockets.
Also, some
We're gonna go for the safety everything because it's gonna set us up nicely for the Bruiser Bros on E1 at M8. Back to the red key. What did we have? We got 2 out of 3 imps. Not too bad with our rocket. Follow through back here. You're seeing me move straight forward, but remember, this is where you should be working on your strafing. And for this entire room, we're going to run through. Keep on using the chain gun over and over. Only reason to slow down would be your HP level. There we go. Knocked out all the enemies. Okay. Finally, everyone, we can breathe and get to some shorter maps. That's the long part of this tutorial. It's going to speed on from here on out. Okay, we've gotten to E1M8, which is the final level of this episode. There is a secret level, but we won't be doing that. So there's 2 different routes that you can go about by destroying the pinkies here. Number 1, they're surrounded by barrels. Blast those barrels, get them out of the way. So, as we go down here, there's a soul sphere. I just want to explain for a quick second that the reason you know this soul sphere, the texture on the wall is a different color. It was green. That's how you know to pick it up. Since I have no chain gun at this section, I recommend for you to go pick up some extra bullets so that you can deal with the last section of this. So, going here to the right, get ourselves back up to 220. Okay, awesome. As we get to this wall, there is a trick that we can utilize called a wall run. So a wall run is where if you're hugging up against a wall that is in a north direction or an east direction, you can effectively double your speed. So I'm going to see if you can catch this one out, Railkin. So the id Software developers knew that if you're going really fast. So do you remember the trigger skip that we did on map 5 because we were going very fast? So they knew you could do that. So they wanted to make it so that to do calculations where it would determine like your character's position by splitting it in half. So let's read this out. If your speed in the X or Y direction is greater than 15 units per tick, then it tries to split it. So does anything jump out at you?
It's X or Y?
Yeah, if your X or Y directional speed is over 15, then it tries to calculate it.
So like if you're going 14 in both, it doesn't calculate it?
Not quite. So, it's kind of a trick question, but the thing is this calculation did not take into reasoning the negative cardinal directions.
Oh, okay.
So they put it in, it does this calculation, but it doesn't calculate west or south. So line def skips are easier west and south, and they're harder north and east. And then there's kind of like an accidental thing in the code. It's a weird command that's slide move, and it's a collision function that reacts weirdly with walls, and it ends up doubling your speed north and east. So you just need to know that on like these straight walls north and east, you can go double speed. That's what that's all about. So you can save like half a second.
How precise is the angle for like doubling your speed on the wall there, or is it just strafe run pushing into the wall?
Just strafe running, pushing into the wall. It's not too precise, just effectively angling yourself like 45 degrees away. So you'd just be holding your strafe left and then kind of being 45 degrees. Okay, so safety strat, we're coming up to the Bruiser Bros. The Barons of Hell are the bosses of the first episode. Barons of Hell have 1,000 hit points. They have a melee attack that can do 10 to 80 damage in intervals of 10, and a ranged attack 8 to 64 in intervals of 8. There is a lot of random elements, everything. So, the easier strategy that I'm going to show to you. There is a butt-ton of specters in this room, around 15 or so. And by going to these barrels, like the hitbox of the specter, like on the right, it is so big they can't get past those 2 right barrels. Just to give you an idea of like how big the hitbox is. on these specters. So waiting for a second, and we're baiting all of the specters in this direction. We can blow. Take out the majority of the specters really quickly, and then we just have to deal with the barons where you're just not worried about specters. And if you hear those sounds, that's because there's pinkies that are still alive earlier in the room, and they make the same sound, so it can be confusing. So if you're barons, around 5 rockets to kill them. Make use of your rockets that you have now. Now, if you go in this direction, there is a large star that will lower itself when both of the bosses are dead. But if you look straight on, there will be a platform. Now, you can raise the stairs with this switch. Takes a long time, around 12-15 seconds. We don't really want to wait for that. So as this wall is lowering, you're going to see kind of on the texture, there's 2 black lines that delineate. I'll take out the... Let me take out this baron just so I can show. Here, save now. So this is going to start to lower. So you can... Now on the screen, there's the 2 delineation lines. The first one that comes down, which I'm shooting at it right there, that will be your visual cue. So when it hits the floor around here, that's when you're going to use your strafe 50. And you're going to try to strafe 50 over so that you can get on top of the wall. And we can skip like all of those 12 to 15 seconds. So you're set up for that. So you're going to get kind of in the middle. And we can turn our character until we're looking into like the intersection. So look at the right side of the screen where you would just see the left wall. You're going to change your angle by 1. So 1 to the right. And then this would be like your setup for strafe 50 when you can see that black line. Okay, so let's destroy the baron. I'm going to set up. So there we go. 1 to the right. Strafe 50. And then you have to stop your momentum once you get over that. And that's how you can save easy 12 to 15 seconds. Let's show that off one more time. Go over here. Look to the corner. 1 notch back. Strafe 50. You have to stop yourself. And then since we have a bunch of extra rockets, as you go into this teleporter, there is tons of enemies that are facing you. You're going to fire your rockets because our character dies in this final spot. But we want to take ourselves out more quickly. That's it. That's how you finish Knee Deep in the Dead. So we're going to show off that level. Easy and hard way, and then we're going to move on to the Shores of Hell. So back here, load. Easy method. Blowing up the barrels, you're going to go over here to grab your soul sphere. Go into this room. Watch out for your wall run. There we go.
Oh no!
My dude, I'm trying to explain my speed run and you're ruining my stuff. This is Doom in a nutshell. Like, if you're gonna take one clip from this entire tutorial, it doesn't always work the way you want, but we can just use the chain gun here, take out all the specters.
I think you also have enough rockets, so you can probably use a few rockets if they weren't close to you.
Yeah.
Because you're at 21, which is more than you need here.
Yeah, we had 21 rockets. So use these against the barons. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kind of get on the other side so that you're closer. There we go. corner, 1 notch. Stray 50, bam, every time. Okay, so the harder strategy, first thing you're gonna do is we're gonna kind of do a precise strafe line so that we can skip all the pinkies. We're not gonna destroy any of the barrels. So skip all of that, and you still have time to grab your soul sphere for safety, but this does happen. You'll have some unfortunate pinkies in your way. Now the hard strategy is we're going to use the cubby hole in the middle, and you'll be using 3 rockets on the left Baron, 4 rockets on the right Baron, and then you're going to wrap around. The reason for those numbers is after you fire 4 rockets, usually the specters start to enclose on you. So if you fire another rocket, it's fairly likely that you're going to blow yourself up. So going up, 3 rockets on the left, 4 rockets on the right, wrap around to the middle. When you're in this cubby, there can be specters that are attacking you from behind. So when you get faster at Knee Deep in the Dead, we try to route for like, I'd say 10 to 12 rockets in this spot. You don't have a lot of extra, but that's like how you take them out, by having a low number of rockets. Quickly go to your chain gun. That was unfortunate. We had specters in our way. Can happen. But I've showed off the trick. So.
And this is the time that you'd save, in case you were
Yes.
doubting Dime about it being 10 to 12 seconds. It's takes a while.
So there we go. That's going to be episode 1. It's the hardest episode in the run, like outside of a few tricks that are going to take place in episode 2 and episode 3. But if you've learnt episode 1, you should feel really good about yourself, because it's going to lighten up now, thankfully, in E2 and E3. There's some danger to it still, but episode 2 and episode 3, I'd say in general, they just contain less hit scanners. And hit scanners are just the most dangerous enemy in the speedrun.
Yep.
Okay.
So that's episode 1. I'm gonna pause you before you jump forward too much. We are gonna take a quick break here. We were planning on episode 1 taking the longest out of all of these, so it's not like this entire showcase is gonna be 8 hours, because oh my god, we took so long on episode 1. Just we had a lot to cover, so that everyone understands, the strategies of what's going on here, and the tutorials for episodes 2 and 3 will be significantly faster than that. But we are going to take a quick break. We do take wellness breaks on Hotfix. We encourage you to join us, get up, stretch, get some water, just take some healthy behavior. It also lets Dime catch his breath, reorder his thoughts, because he just was going for 2.5 hours doing a very good job of walking us through episode 1. So we'll be back in a few minutes, and we're going to do episode 2 and episode 3. So that everybody who wants to participate in Speed Seasons can be prepared. If you'd like information on why we're doing this, you can go to speedseasons.com. But we'll be back in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, from that break. We just finished up episode 1 in our tutorial here, going through and teaching newer players how to do speedrun of episodes 1 to 3. There's a lot of good tips here if you want to participate in Speed Seasons, where the next race is going to be Doom episodes 1 through 3, or if you just wanted to look into speedrunning Doom and you never got around to it. We've got King Dime here, who's helping us out, walking us through things. It's been doing a great job so far. But we also have Alpha 5 here, host Speed Seasons. Want to give us another quick intro to Speed Seasons, because I've seen a lot of people coming in chat going, what's going on? What's Speed Seasons? Why are we doing this?
Yeah, so Speed Seasons is a tournament I'm running. Every 2 weeks, I announce a game, and then 2 weeks later, you have the time to learn it. We race it, and then immediately after that race finishes, I announce the next game, and this goes on and so forth. Based on your placements in those races, you can qualify for playoffs, where I will be providing personally prizes to the contestants who actually make it into that top 8. And this week is Doom. We just had our Super Mario Bros. 2 race, and as for what comes next, find out in 2 weeks.
Yeah, we're keeping the games after this close to our chest. You'll just have to stay tuned to find out what's coming up afterwards. But hope you all had a good break, got an opportunity to stretch your legs, get some water. But we're going to be moving into episode 2. Is there anything you want to cover before we get started on that, Dime?
I don't think so too much, at least moving on to episode 2 and episode 3. Like a lot of just the basic learning, it really comes in place within episode 1. But I just think I want to reiterate is just that since you're seeing so many variants in different situations as I was going through there, like it's just a little tricky to cover everything. So like when you're preparing for your race in 2 weeks, like doing one practice run, it isn't really going to teach you how to play Doom. Like you need to do a little bit of repetition just to start to get an idea of what can go wrong.
Yeah, and real quickly, somebody asked a good question in chat. How do you participate in the race? You can go to speedseasons.com. Has all the information about upcoming races, how you can participate. The actual race itself will be hosted on SRL, and there should be some information over there to help you out with that if you want to participate in this Doom race. But also, like, Speed Seasons isn't just the tournament. Every race for the ongoing series is an open race. So if you like Doom and you just want to race Doom, you can join the race.
Yeah, it'd be awesome. Get everybody to join. So
Yeah.
shall we continue on with episode 2?
Yeah, let's go for it.
All right. So first things first, yeah, when you when you got into the teleporter at the end of episode 1 and your character dies, you just have to remember, go into new game, pick the right one, and make sure you pick Ultra Violence. It's easy to accidentally choose Hurt Me Plenty or, Nightmare by accident. But yeah, we're going into the UV difficulty on episode 2. There's going to be much less hit scanners to deal with, which is very thankful for that. But map 1, nice little starter map. It's a great place to practice your strafing here. You want to be careful on this red object because if you lean up into it, it can deal 10 damage. It's kind of like a damaging floor, but if you're hugging it, you can take 10 damage. But since all of these are zombie men, I wouldn't be too worried. And in the worst luck possible, you can die. But usually you won't. Get back. That is a great hallway to practice your straight 50. Then once you get over here, since again it's imps and zombies, we're just going to kind of skip by them, grab this health. But I want to teach you a little mechanic on this shotgun. So essentially, like in Doom, weapon switching is very slow. So if we're just going to go up to it and pick the shotgun up without doing anything, it takes a long time to switch over to it. But if we press a different weapon before we pick it up, you can skip a bunch of the change weapon animation. So as we're getting closer to the shotgun, as we get up around here, I'm going to press 1 for my fist. Whoops. That was actually just like slightly too early because you saw the fist come up first. So we'll do that again now. But we switched it. And like I'm getting my shotgun just before this corner. So if you get any of the other shotgunners that are following around and hooking around, you're going to be prepared for them. So one last time, you're going up to this. As you get closer, press 1 and you have it out. Oh man, that's a lot of damage. Getting around this corner, since imps use projectiles, I'm not as worried about them. You just have to watch out for 2 shotgunners in this location. And then since I'm at like 25% health in this case, I would go for this HP. That's your safety HP. 2 different strategies in this room. So using the safety save, your easy route will be to kill all of the pinkies. So we got vertical aim up above. You can just say whatever, easy, beginner route. And then, eventually you can transition to the harder ones as you get better. But this is the switch here. You're going to press the right switch to lower it. And then with all the pinkies out of the way, you're not going to get jammed into a corner and take a whole bunch of damage. Because, one pinky, you can use your bait method that we were taught in episode 1, but if you have too many around you and you get stuck in place, that is where pinkies are really lethal. There's more over here. You know, you're much faster than the monsters. Make use of your mobility. You can run all around. So that is the strat where you take out all the pinkies. We're going to show the strat where you take out 2. Fast strat. So I take 1 shot as I'm going towards the switch. As we're moving back away from the switch, 2nd shot, and we should have enough to take out 2, but you want to aim at the same pinkies. So there we go. And you can run around. Then as you get into this room, we're going to hit a switch that is out of our vision for now, but we're going to be introduced to a new monster called the Cacodemon. But we want to wake up this first one because the Cacodemon is up a set of stairs. If there's a Cacodemon that's just sitting there, you can't get past it. Because, yeah. So Cacodemon is a flying monster. It contends with infinite height. It's not able to fly over the other monsters like they... but it can fly over objects and get around. Cacodemons have 400 hit points, so this is by far the most. Previous high health monster was a pinky with 150. So Cacodemons have a melee attack and a ranged attack. Melee, they do 10 to 60 damage, intervals of 10. 5 to 40 damage on their projectile, intervals of 5. Unlike the pinky, they have extremely low windup on their melee. It is not safe to bait a Cacodemon's attack. And I'd say they take about 5 to 6 shotgun shells to take out. They're quite tanky. Okay, so we're going to go... Okay, we got to save in this room. That's okay, though, because it's the first level of the episode. I can technically get back to it, which is good. Okay, so in this room, if you just run straight ahead, you're going to activate the Cacodemon by listening to its wake-up sound. Go over here to hit the switch. Now your easy strategy, take out everything but the Cacodemon and let it leave the stairs. So you can wait till it's all the way over here in the room. Then you have tons of room to hit the switch and go over here. Want a little faster route for this room? It's the same thing. You still have time for the imps, but we're not going to worry about the pinky. And right when the Caco gets past where we have enough room, we're going to slide up, hit the switch, and then you're going to kind of use your shotgun to push it away. So 2 different strats.
Oh, I didn't restart the music.
No
It's
music.
important. There we go.
Yeah.
It's like it
There
doesn't
we go.
sound
We got
right.
it back. The stream is saved. I can't have it without Doom music.
Yeah, Time isn't playing with music because it's easier to do tutorial stuff without the music. So I'm just playing some Doom in the background.
Yeah, still got Doom music. I can concentrate. It's 2 in 1. Fantastic. Okay, when this wall lowers, final Cacodemon. Like the level's already over. We just did computer stations. This level's fast. But you can run around it. So your safer strategy, give the Cacodemon a second or 2 to come towards you. More dangerous strategy, this is going to risk taking a hit from the Cacodemon, and that is the full level. So we're going to go back, do the Shores of Hell, level 1, start to finish, great place, practice those strafes to save loads of time. Remember, this is where you use your fist to pick up the shotgun faster. Watch out for the 2 shotgunners. So here we see we have 88% health. We're very high in HP, so we can just go over here. Gonna show the safer strategy where we take out the pinkies. But you can make an assessment. I haven't killed all 5, but we have a very open route to our right. There's no one answer to what you can do. You just slowly improve it. Get used to the variations. Straight. Wake up. Yeah, we'll take out the Pinky. We've got tons of room now. Let the Cacodemon move in this direction. There we go. Pretty much all you need to know for Deimos Anomaly. Your decision making in this is the Tower of Pinkies, mostly. Okay, level 2 containment area. There's like a green armor here if you want it. If you need a little more shotgun, you can press the switch and grab it. But like all of the health you see in this room isn't very useful, because we're going to pick up a new power-up that you haven't seen before, which is called the Berserk Pack. Now we get to actually rip and tear. So, Berserk Pack, it applies a buff to your fist. Fist usually does 2 to 20 damage. Berserk multiplies that by 10. So now it does 20 to 200 damage per hit. Yeah, 20 to 200. So that's very good for consistency. As like my first punch didn't kill it. It's hated so much by max speedrunners when they're doing the Tyson category. It's like you can't even take out an enemy. But yeah, it's so multiplies by 10 the damage of your fist. This is going to remain until the end of the level. I heard on a Decino video that the Berserk lasts for like 4 years before it goes away. I think you can beat the speedrun in 4 years. I have faith. And the Berserk Pack brings you up to 100% health. It doesn't give you plus 100 HP like a Soul Sphere, but brings you to 100 health. Okay. I'm going to do a safety save here. Again, it's just a bunch of imps, and you have loads of room to run around everything. So just practice being able to bait monsters. Now, you're not going to actually use this route in the race, but I'm showing it off because it's a backup strategy. So if you see by the second O in the Doom symbol, there's a switch up above. Take a look at the texture on this wall. You can see at the top of the screen there's a bunch of like rectangles. I think it should be obvious, but the fourth one from the left, the rectangle's width is like 1/2 of the other ones. That's your visual cue for hitting the switch. Z-axis, we can hit the switch anywhere above us or anywhere below it as long as we're like close to the wall. So as you can see, I'm looking at that one rectangle. That's going to be your backup strategy. Okay, here we go. The normal route, why we go this way is because there's a plasma rifle and 100 cell pack. And we want to use this. It's literally routing for the Cyber Demon, so we're just going to hook it right around here. Not a very dense area in monsters. Not very dense. But you press the switch. Whatever, take them out. And we get a plasma and 100 cell packs. So we're already starting with 140. The plasma is very high DPS. It can shoot at a rate of like it's 700 shots per minute. And each shot, what do you think, Railcoon? Is it going to be an interval?
I don't know. Maybe. I'm going to assume yes.
It's going to be an interval. Each shot in your plasma can do 5 to 40 damage.
5 to 40? That's such a huge range.
In intervals of 5. So, when you're using the plasma rifle, when you take your mouse off firing, so if I fire like one at a time, there's a 0.6 second firing animation. So if you're taking out monsters, you don't want to do it like that. That's going to be really slow. But there's a bunch of random damage variables that we're dealing with, so you're going to have to make some assumptions if you're taking out demons that are in front of you. So an imp has 60 HP. I'm probably going to fire 4 or 5 plasma, right? I fired 3 and it didn't do enough damage. So I'd have to deal with the firing animation. So 3 wasn't enough. I should have fired 4 or 5. That's Doom for you.
I love how Doom is
Okay.
going way out of its way to give you the low damage rolls during the tutorial.
Oh, absolutely. So yeah, we don't have to do anything else in this level after this is here. So you're going to set up your, again, it's your Stray 50. So remember to have your inputs set up in Crispy Doom. Make sure they're working. If you can't figure out how to Stray 50, make sure to ask. So Stray 50, straight to the exit. We're skipping everything. And this level is over. It's so fast. Let's assume we fall off. Oops. Okay. When you're using the backup strategy, if you don't go fast enough, if you do not get on this elevator, it's inescapable. So make sure you're quick to get up on there. Is SR50 needed for this jump? Oh, I'd have to check the exact units in Caligon, but like for a jump like that, I just recommend using an SR50 because you go further. It's going to give you a lot more room. It's going to give you room for error. Okay, so we're going to do this level once more. Very first part, go to the left of the crates. Okay, Doom assessment. We have 102% health. We are safe. So here's the decision-making fork line when you're racing Doom. I don't need to get it. Pass through the first strafing. This room is still, you don't really need the Berserk. Shotgun works just fine. Okay. Push past. I will show you a safety blue armor if you want it. Yeah. Tons of room. There we go. Set that up. And you're done. Yes, Stray 50 is faster. Okay, going into the refinery. Yeah, it's just a series of pretty short levels here in episode 2. I'd say map 3 and map 4 are like kind of 3 through 5 are a bit more dangerous, just as far as you're dealing with demons, but they're in closer proximity to you, like as you're running through corridors. Like those first 2 levels, pretty open space, and open space is benefit. So imps are in the middle. We got loads of room to go on the left or the right. You don't have to worry about that door on the right. We're just going to bypass it. Just kind of showing you the route here. Okay, safety save here. I want to show you a blue armor. You can go and pick that up, but we'd probably be doing that on the backtrack. There's no monsters in our way. Like it's crazy the contrast between like early episode 2 and episode 1. Okay, 2 Lost Souls over here. I haven't talked about Lost Souls much. They have a charge that they can utilize against the player. If a Lost Soul is charging at you and you fire like a pistol shot or a shotgun, they'll tend to lose like all of their momentum and like just float in the air until they can find like another target. But they have 100 HP, so they're quite tanky, and they do 3 to 24 damage, I believe, in Caligon. Okay, but once you get here, what we're going to try to do is you want to run past them, but if you can't, you get stuck. You're going to have to fire, but the intention is you're playing this part pacifist, not to wake up the pinkies in front of you. Because we're getting to a higher area, we can't really see below us, so we can be blocked through infinite height. Great example. I could not move forward. So I'm gonna grab that blue key, but I want to show the pacifist way. Gonna get past them. So seeing this pillar in the middle, you want to hug the pillar like on the right, not go... if you go too far right to the far wall, there's an idle pinky right beside us, and we don't want to wake it up. It's not the one on the left, it's the one on the right. So since we're close, this pinky isn't woken up yet, and if we just run into it, we can open the door to our left and fire a little bit of plasma to like push it out of our way. So save, run, and get out very quickly. Gonna go here, back, safety mega armor if you want to pick it up. Now this wall, so looking at the automap, we can see our character moving around. This wall is north facing. North and east facing walls. We talked on Phobos Anomaly. We can wall run. So I'm gonna wall run here. Get your angle, about 45 degrees, and we can see a huge speed burst. This is the tricky part to Refinery, past the blue door. It's where it gets claustrophobic. As we're opening this door, we want to shoot our plasma right away. And that's so, what we're attempting to do is to get the pinky to run past us so we don't have to kill it with the plasma and use as little as possible. So you can see, like, opening the door, firing. Like your safety strat here, you can take out all the monsters. This is the, like, the quicker way to get through. Okay, 23% health, so we're gonna use the third save. If you go quick, you get a fast strafe. You can get through there. We'll try that like again. But if you're kind of going forward, we'll back up for a second, is you can get like hemmed up in the hallway. So we want to strafe, get through. Hug the right side of this maze, and you're going to be using your plasma to clear out the hallways, the lost souls and the imps. But yeah, it's just so that first L, you're going to hit the far wall and then go straight, and then you're bypass that. I'm going to show that one more time because it was a little quick. So here, straight. This is unfortunate health. You're going to be able to get past the nukages, but like I'd say situation like this, you probably want to take out everything that's kind of in front of you. Because you see 6%, I was able to take a tick, which is good. That'd be how I would do the situation with like 10% off. Let's go back to the safety, because there's one more element. You're going to have to tank some nukage damage. This nukage damage here, it deals 5 damage every 0.91 seconds. So fairly quick that the damage goes off, but there's damaging floors that deal 5, 10, or 20%. 10 and 20% floors have a mechanic called leaky rad suits, where there's a small chance that you still take damage anyhow. That's in the coding. There we go. So if you're like going there to get the soul sphere, it's like unfortunate. If you're at like 15, if you're at like 15% HP, you're probably not going to be able to get it. So you're going to be in a shaky scenario. But if you have 40%, you can go for your soul sphere. Why is it 0.91? It happens every 32 game ticks, which is actually, interestingly, if you see the weapon bob, at the end of each weapon bob, you take damaging floor damage. Okay. that's it. That's Refinery, but we're going to show it off from the start. Again, have to fire if the imps get in the way. Most of this map is free. Like up to the blue door. Since we're able to do it pacifist, to the wall, move straight into the pinky, push it out of the way. Sure. Safety. Let's grab it. Wall run. As we're opening this door, fire your plasma. Strafe. Strafe. Hold right. That's really lucky. Nothing in the way. Okay, 67%. I probably wouldn't go for the Soul Seer, but yeah, could if you want to. Kakos in these tight corridors are just scary with the melee windup, but like as long as there's no other demon that's like in front of you that might get in your way, you're perfectly fine risking going around it. Like with 67%, it can do a max of 60 damage. Doing the math, you're not gonna die. Here's a cool one. Again, monsters can open doors. If you get amazing luck, this door can be open. There we are, the Refinery into the Deimos Labs. So E2M4, save this. Very first section of the map, you have 25 HP if you want to. This map is really open. This, check it out, SR50. You can do an SR50 all the way down this hallway, but like once you're getting towards the imps, like our angle is locked again, so you're gonna want to swap out and start going back to SR40 so you can move around. And like, I think that's such an interesting note right there with the imp. Like, one of the struggles as you're practicing this for your race and getting kind of better at strafe running, like you're gaining speed, but like strafe running occludes your vision. It kind of naturally does. Like the reason we're looking straight everywhere, you know, in a lot of FPS games is so you can see everything. But as you're strafing, you need to recognize what might be in front of you. Okay, there's 4 imps in this long hallway, and if there's one that's not in your vision, then you might have to change your movement a bit. Yeah, it's pretty easy to go around, and then once you get to this room, we're gonna do a circle strafe around the Baron. Circle strafing is just, I'm just pressing the strafing button and going in a circle using my mouse and the strafe. Projectile monsters, if you're doing that, they'll never hit you in like a wide open spot like this. So if you're just circle strafing around, we kind of know the Baron is in the middle. You don't want to get close to them. They do a lot of damage. They hurt. But we'll show that in time. Going through the door. Can back up, so we go faster through the door. So hit the switch. Strafe around. There we go. Nice and easy. Okay, if you're at like really low health coming up to this section, you could take out all the imps. All the imps are down. We're gonna go into this blue door because there's a Baron in your way. So if you're at like 20% HP here, this is where this Baron is scary. He's close to you. So if you go around, and there's a Crusher up here, so you're gonna time it, wait for it to go up. There we go. There's the Baron. So this is why, like he's coming towards you. Let's try to close this door once more. So I kind of want to show. So if the Baron, you know, the Baron's close by, and you're opening the door, well, you can't look in front of you, and you can't look backwards at, you know, the same moment. It's impossible. But we can use sound. And by hearing the attack animation go off, if you hear the attack, you're on the right side of the door, and you can move to the left side. Is that a one-time use door? Or am I nuts? I haven't actually had this situation. I've never had this situation. I can't actually open the door. Must be one time.
Huh.
But, okay. So, I'm gonna research that after. Check that out. Okay. So the faster strat here is we can go, we're strafing, and we'll go straight back out. And you can make that cycle before the Crusher, but I'll just show Crusher damage. Won't kill you, but, you know, 80% damage across your health and armor, it hurts. Then you run past your door. Since I'm kind of bored, I'm testing this. I'm not bored, but I just want to test that one more time because it's sort of important to know, even for... So the door stays open. I won't worry about that. But I think I can close the door on the far side and then move out on the close side and then it's closed forever. Weird, eh? Okay. So after you bypass the Baron, I'm going to do a save in here just so we can showcase. Don't need to go down here. This section, it's filled with Barons and Cacodemons and they're annoying. So, safety, health in the section, it's out of the way. It's kind of annoying to get, but there's 50% here. This damaging floor, it's 20%. It hurts. So if you take too many ticks of damage from that damaging floor, it's not really going to be worth it. That's the Baron back from the blue door. But as you go through, you're looking for this hole. So we're just going to show that as if we weren't getting the safety health. It's just right here. And you're going to open the door and you get an extra 40 plasma ammo. So here, quick save. As we go through the teleporter, the Caco and the Pinky are idle. You're going to fire your plasma and just do strafe left and get around it to push it out of the way. There we go. And then you can kind of hold right around this wall, and if you're unfortunate, that Caco can be in there. But if you're firing as you come down these staircases, and the Caco is further out, you can push it away. So holding right to get past. That would be your intention. If you're really low, you can take out those Cacos. Okay, in this teleporter room, I've made this mistake before, but you accidentally go back in. You're just going to the same teleporter, just go back on. You can ignore the Pinky. Probably don't need to deal with it. The way to progress is over by this switch. So you can get up the platform straight to the exit room. What happens if you're too slow? Shoot, I messed up. That's back to the same Cacodemon teleporter. Forward and back. Then you're at the end again. So, last little part at the exit door. Once you get here and you pass this line def trigger, this opens up a soul sphere. This happened once to me. If you fall in, it's inescapable. You cannot get out. So yeah, that's safety soul sphere. Bam bam, exit switch, you're done. So, Deimos Anomaly, start to finish. Practice that stray 50. We got so much time in the world to do it. Get over here for the door. We're gonna kind of dodge the Baron and use your circle strafe. Want to be extra safe, you can stay in this corner to bring all the enemies towards us so we can go left. Going here, I've got high HP, 84% health. We're just gonna do this nice and safe. Shotgunner, shotgunner, straight. 84% health, do not need the safeties. Okay. And we're back in this room. Hold plasma. If you get blocked from the Kako, don't just hold strafe and keep holding forward. You're just going to take damage until you die. Like, you have to back up from it and then take it out with plasma. Okay. Manipulate on the wall to get around. Go quick. We're going to go get our soul sphere. Okay. Awesome. Deimos Lab. Complete. Command Center. I call this map Doortopia. It's got a million doors, whatever Sandy Peterson was trying to do when he was designing this level.
So you're
But
saying it's the
lots of
perfect
doors.
map to practice your acceleration through doors.
Acceleration through doors. That is correct, Rilke. Right on. Okay, I want to show off one thing in this opening room. We're not progressing in this direction, but like you can have cases where you're low. Here's your plus 25 HP. Okay. Restart that. Fire at the simp. We're gonna get around. Don't have to be really worried about anything going up here. There's nothing in front. As you go into this room, as if you're just running straight, you're going to trigger 2 Barons of Hell, and there's 3 imps by a doorway in front of us that we want to manipulate. So you're going to fire once, but you're going to use this with the plasma. So we're going to go forward, fire once, and that's going to make the imps come towards us and hopefully away from the door. As we're getting through there, let's show that off just one more time. So go through, one shot. Like, seeing like 2 Barons, it's a lot of opposition, but you have space in that room, so it shouldn't be too difficult to get around them. Going through here, there's 25 health that you can pick up. 1 door. So let's practice this. Back up, go through the door. Wrap around this big cylinder, back through the door. Here, 2 directions, right and left. You're going to go left. And go. Another door, there's no other direction you can go in here, so you're fine. Take a couple nukage sticks. The pinky on bad luck can get up in here where you have to kill it. Oops. Yeah. These are north-facing walls, so we can wall run. Door. These are far away. Door. Take out your shotgun for this room. You're going to take out this one on your right. There's 1 Baron in your way that you have to dodge. You have a safety blue armor you can pick up. Whoops. At the safety blue armor can really come in handy if you're having problems with the rockets on the next level. The next level will be a touch more in depth because we're coming up to the Void Glide. So yeah, that blue armor can be nice. There we go. That gets you to the end. Let's show it off one more time. So high health. Don't need the HP at the start. Just straight through these corridors. Once you take out this shotgunner, probably your cue to take out the plasma. Fire once, run around, door, let's try to go through those doors faster. Press, back up, there we go, left side. Door, keep going, wall run, door, shotgun. Let's go grab that. So it's a very easy level with the exception if you're coming into it low HP. So just like keeping track of that first plus 25 and then going up on that first staircase to kind of the Baron Imp room that's going to be the danger area where you might die. So since there's 2 shotgunners there, you might want to take them both out. Okay, Halls of the Dam. This is where episode 2 gets interesting because the Void Glide and also the Rocket Jump on the next map are going to be the hardest tricks in the run. Oops. Save it here. So, and take out the monsters in this room. You can take out this Kako, but you can also just run right around it. Just to hit the switch. Depends on your health. So after you get through here, we have a north wall. So that's a wall run potential. And, okay, so pretty much for the Void Glide, this is going to be an out-of-bounds trick, which is, you don't see it that often in Doom.
No,
We
not
haven't had
really.
any out-of-bounds until up to here. There's just a couple times in Doom 2. It's rather rare. But the intention for the Void Glide is our hitbox, it's 32 by 32, like width and length. So what we want is we want our instantaneous speed to be over 32 so that we can get out of bounds. And there's two different versions where we can do this. The first one is going to be making use of momentum preservation. So we're able to do this because the game engine, how it like, I'm not too great with all the engine stuff, but I did a little looking on it. But in this case, when they're dealing with line segments intersecting each other, they're using a division by 256, and we're using a certain position where we can have one value really high and one value really low for speed. So imagine like an X value speed of 20 and a Y value speed of like 0.001. That's going to produce a rounding error in this case, and the engine, like, it falls back to let us preserve our momentum against the wall. If you want to look into some of these explanations, I really recommend checking out the Doom Movement Bible. Search that up on Google. There's some really good stuff in there. Shout outs to Linguisa for that. Okay, so once we get into this wall, how I go about setting up for visual cues, at least in this case, if we're looking at the canister of the rocket launcher down below, if you kind of look at the top of it, can you see the backwards U? Railcoon Alpha? Kind of see the U shape? So that's what I'm using to set up. So on the ground, there's these geometric line shapes. Just in front of the U, there's a line that's going straight, like a darker straight line. That's what I'm looking at.
Mm-hmm. You mean the horizontal line that you're looking at?
Yeah, it's like this one right there. So my setup is going to be one notch to the right. Now, this trick can be a bit complicated, so I want to give you a second way when you're practicing for your race to figure out the position for this. So here's an area where we're going to talk about cheats for Doom, because cheats are you're not going to use it in the race, but it's a great way to help yourself like practice these. So there's IDDQD if you want invulnerability. IDKFA, it's going to give you all weapons and keys. ID clip, if you want to get to a different area on the map, you can search these up on Google. This is just the 4 or 5 that I recommend. ID clev, so IDCLEV, and then it'd be episode followed by map. So if you typed in 1-3, that'd be episode 1, map 3. So like those 5 cheats, great for practice, fantastic for practice. But we're going to be using a different cheat here, which is id my position. But it's okay, I'm going to type that one in chat. So IDMYPOS. That is the cheat. So IDMYPOS. Look at the very top. I'm going to get into the right position here. Your angle is 197 for your first setup. So when I want to preserve my momentum here, using my hotkeys. So this buttons you're looking here is move back, strafe left, and shift. And Shift is a base hotkey when you download Crispy Doom, where you can use walking. So here on my caps lock, I've got always run off, I've got always run on, but Shift will just take me from running to walking. So in this case, we want to be walking. So angle 197, just confirm that to you again. I'm gonna press forward, and then we're gonna hit A, S, and Shift at the same time. And then I'm gonna start spamming S. I'm mashing S. There we go. We've hit the momentum preservation. And I'm going to just try to save in this location for now. But once your weapon starts bobbing, you know your momentum is preserved against the wall. So now I'm going to use the cheat again. IDMYPOS. So angle 197. Your next angle will be 207. So what if you don't have the cheat? You can't use the cheat in the race. If you check the notches of my right, my visual cue is I'm looking at the right side, and you can see like the sandy texture. So it's gonna be 1, 2, 3 from the left side. I'm just gonna confirm that though. That's the right. That is 207.
You can also use the mountain in the background, like every time you do a notch, it specifically covering a different part of the mountain.
Yep. Visual cues are often up to the player. Mountains, they work. Textures, they work. It all works. Just gotta find it individually. But yeah, so 197 angle to 207 angle. The important part here, because you know how initially I'm holding Shift, A, and S? Once you get it, you have to let go of Shift. So I'm just holding A and S. Angle 207. You're out of bounds. Okay. We're gonna try to show that off. Again, so we're gonna start that up. Visual cues may vary based on game resolution. Yes, this is 4x3. So, as we can see, backwards view of the rocket launcher. You can see that small little darkened line on the ground. 1 notch to your right. Move forward. AS shift. Mashing S. We're gonna find that position. 3 right. That sandy texture on the right. Oh, okay. Reason that screwed up, I was holding shift. Never Yeah, I was holding shift. That's why it didn't work. Okay.
Amazing.
So once you're out of bounds, we're looking for blue textures. And actually, this nukage is going to damage us a little bit. But as long as we kind of get around. So here's the spot where we were. If you just kind of strafe over here. So the edge of the map ends like along this wall. So get like back. We're right here. Strafe. And you're going to strafe around until you see the blue textures. Now we have to do the exit press. The exit press is tricky, and I kind of foresee in the future there will be some questions on it. I'm totally cool. If you're having trouble with this. So we're going to get on the right edge. So the cool part is that we can press the intersection of the switch, and we can press it from out of bounds. And I think it used to be that people like figured out how to get out of bounds, but they didn't really know you could press switches for a long time.
Yeah.
I remember seeing a lot of this around 2010, 17 years after the game came out. Okay, so 2 different methods I'm going to show you for the pressing this switch. So the first one, we're going to use my position again. So it's angle 156. The way I know that, if you look at the arrow texture, so there's little symbols on the blue carpet. So you can see that this is like an arrow. So we're looking at this one, and it's trying to explain how it is. There's like a wave going on, and you're looking, I guess it'd be one notch right of the back right edge of the arrow. So like using that little cheat to figure out the exact angle can help you out, and then afterwards you got to kind of figure out your own visual cue. So this one is about like a proper strafe left in just as far as getting the input. And we talked about the kind of the thrust vectors in the beginning, which counted up to 50. So you can have 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to 50. And so this specific movement is, it's going to be like a strafe left, like 3 movement. So this one's, it's a little tricky to explain. So first thing, if you're just running into the wall, we get into this and you're strafing into the wall. Do you see how I'm far away, or I'm further away than I was? Is you can get stuck where you're not actually hugging the wall. So you want to like kind of tap W a few times and make it so that you're actually hugging the wall. And my cue for this, if you're looking at the far left of the screen, we're getting into fun pixel visual cues. Okay, the very far left, there's a column of pixels that is black with 2 brown pixels in the middle. Do you spot that? Railcoon Alpha?
Yeah.
I'm just kind of confirming that chat or YouTube can see it. But like, once it's embedded into the wall, then we know that we're hugging up against it. So now, once we get to, it's like the further, it's like the edge of the red pixels, we know that's like the proper movement. And you'll be very close to the switch press. Now, what I want to show about the switch press is if you're too far right, Doomguy is going to make sound. If you're too far left, you're going to hear silence. Your switch press is in between the sound and the silence. So, to get myself back into position, as long as you have the right orientation, and I'm going to teach you a thing about orientation after this too. It's the most complicated trick in this run. So, I'm getting in position by holding strafe on. So my strafe on button is Alt, and moving the mouse left or right. And at the very front of the shotgun weapon sprite, we're just gonna go away from the edge there for a sec. At the very top of the shotgun weapon sprite, you can see there's like, it's 2 pixels wide.
Yeah.
I'm using that as a cue. And I want to get that around right in the middle of, it's like the column of gray pixels that are just in front. And I should hear sound. I am hearing sound, so that means you're really, really close. And then from here on, you're going to tap W. You're not holding W. You're tapping W, which is your forward input, and then spamming spacebar. 10 minutes. Beautiful. This one's tricky for...
We took a while explaining it.
Yeah. But if you saw with that movement, I didn't really get to the end of the red pixels. You'll see that at the left on my screen. That's like the red pixels that I'm referring to. So we're kind of nudging ourselves into the corner. Oh, that's too far. Yeah. I haven't actually practiced this one as much as the other one, but this one's like all about feel. But that's why I'm going to show you another method for this too. You're just not getting the feel. Come on. I was trying this yesterday. Do you know who does this in their run though, and who has the world record? It's Zero Master. I actually use this strategy though on Dead Simple, but this one's weird. I would actually call this the hard strat. This is the too hard for dumb strat. So I kind of showed you how it worked. So to show you the easier strategy, there is, I call this the Millennium Falcon orientation for when you're moving forward. So
Millennium Falcon.
So here, this is like angle 192, but you're just trying to centralize your position on a wall. And if I hold forward on the wall, I'm moving very slightly left. Very slowly, I'm moving left. So if I'm like 1 to the right, I'm moving pretty fast to the right. If I go 2 to the left, I'm moving pretty fast to the left. But that Millennium Falcon position, we're dodging the enemies just by going slightly left. All right. So once you know that orientation, we're going to get back out of bounds. It's a little frustrating when you're actually on it, but you're going to use like your 1 notch to the left, your 1 notch to the right to kind of get into position. And it's the same thing I was talking about where you're like trying to line up your shotgun with the gray pixels. So just you're orienting yourself to get back in there. Are we making sound? I'm not making sound, so strafe on. I'm making sound. There we go. That's what I call the easier way to do the switch press. So, you're gonna have to put a bunch of practice into that. Your worst case scenario, if you really can't get the Void Glide, is you're gonna have to go through the Halls of the Damned. But you can still definitely race when you do that, but the Void Glide is, I would call it very hard in terms of Doom tricks. Okay. So we explained that variation. I'm going to explain variation 2 of getting out of bounds, and variation 2 is easier than variation 1. So going back, I'll just like back from the start of the level. So we're coming out, and you hit the switch, you hit the berserk, and that's where it triggers this wall to open. And hit that. You wouldn't have 16 plasma because I'm just kind of showcasing these. But we'll do one from the very start. So the second way is, thankfully, to get out of bounds, this one's much, much easier. Going into this wall. So I use the rocket launcher for the visual cue in the previous trick. You can, and that's because you're using the rocket launcher. But we're looking at this angle just above the shotgun. There's some faded green pixels. If you change your gamma, I gotta warn you on this too. So changing gamma F11, your pixels might look a little different. I'm using gamma correction 2, just to keep you informed on that one. But there's some light green pixels. We're gonna do id my position. This is angle 252. So if we're moving around, blah, 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 240, I'm gonna go back to 252. To execute this, you're gonna tap strafe right, which is D, and then you're gonna use strafe 50 left. So just tap strafe 50, I'm out of that. That's all. It's the easier version, but the thing is you're coming around from the other side of the exit. So you don't want to start the switch press here. You're going to go to the other side, and let's show this. I'll show this with the easier method. tougher one. If you want to have a big, long Discord chat or whatever, sure. So, use that. Use strafe on and mouse to get into position. You can hear sounds pretty close. Tapping W. So there, I'm too far. Can't hear sound anymore. You're gonna go back. Yeah, back a little bit. Yeah. Okay. You go back and watch some marathon runs. There's been some that do actually get stuck on that switch press for a while. So if it takes you 2 minutes, you know, that has been seen in marathons before. It's just very precise, like intersection of the switch. But we're gonna do it one more time. Very start. Halls of the Damned. I'm gonna show you the easier strategy. Lots of health, so we're gonna go aggressive on the Kako. Wall run. Up to where we can hit the switch. Grab the Berserk. And just strafe on through these corridors.
Would you ever
I would say... Sorry?
Would you ever skip that Berserk if you were really high on health?
Yes, you can. Okay. So again, I'm looking for that position. So this one, I see those little light green pixels up above. There we go, we're out of bounds. So that was strafe right into strafe 50 left. Okay. Now there we go, we've got the position where we're moving very slowly left around the gray pixel. There we go. Minute and 11. Probably the fastest void glide in using that method. 24 seconds. If you can get out right away and press that exit switch fast.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Even that, like, the amount of time you did there is realistic for a beginner.
Yep.
With practice.
Yep.
So a 111, that'd be pretty good. If you practice this and you got a 111 during a race, that'd be solid.
That'd be excellent. Okay, so we've put a lot of time into that level. It's a tricky one. And now we've got the second trick, which will take place on the spawning vets. Episode 2, map 7. So here, just get the Cacodemon on the wall. You can go right on past. So I want to show a safer strategy if you want more time to put together this rocket jump. So how you're going to do that is you can take out the imps in this corridor with the shotgun or the plasma. And if you're very careful, you don't have to take this invulnerability right away. But the faster you do those imps, so I'd say, like, I would recommend plasma there. Okay. Take out all of the enemies. I'm gonna knock out that imp too. So I just want to show the approximate placement. The tricky part about this rocket jump is we don't really have a ledge that's behind us for us to hook on, so it's kind of difficult to get into the same place every time. But my approximate is I'm looking where this red rock texture juts out, and I'm going like straight back from there. And we're gonna angle on over. So I'm looking at the backwards view again on the rocket launcher. It's kind of at the front of the canister.
Mm-hmm.
So if we go forward with the rocket, if you look at the bottom, the red rock down here, that's about what I'm looking at. So I'll do that again here. back. And the reasoning is it's gonna show up better when you have the invulnerability. So id mypos. Let's look at the top. That angle is 241. So you have a little bit of leeway in this. It's not absolutely precise for this rocket. After you've positioned there, you're going to use SR50 to your right, and then you want to angle the rocket not where you're hitting this frame, but you want to be hitting on the green texture. So you want your rocket to more along those lines. Just quickly get some health back. So back. And at the red rock, we're going to do a save here. There we go. So just a reminder, kind of angle 241, 242. Back up from that jet out. Use your SR50, and bam, you can make that rocket. But the intention in this level is not really that you do it without the invulnerability, because you want to save health. So now we can go back. Again, we'll do a save. Grab it. Colors change, it's black and white now. So, this red rock part, it's very distinctive. So you can see, juts out. There we go. Kind of see how the U is following up on that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 50 right. Oh! That was a little bit too early. There we go. So you're trying to hit like the rocket a bit late. You're gonna have to practice the timing.
That's the great thing about tricks like this rocket jump. You can just save once you're confident on your lineup and just easy retries.
Yeah, absolutely making use of that save. The slower strategy, if you weren't doing the rocket, you'd have to go around, deal with some rooms over here. Just gonna kind of clip through and show it. But you have another invulnerability. Open that up. So this area here is closed off, so you keep having to move forward. Grab your blue key. Sorry, you grab the blue key. You hit this switch. So it's pretty long to go, all the way back, but you have to go chain gun and essentially do the level normally. Go through these hallways, get the yellow key, blast some demons. Red key.
Yeah, there's some rocket jumps in Doom that don't save a lot of time. This is not one of them. This one saves an entire level pretty much.
Yeah, and then red key, you'd come back to the exit. You'd have to do the level normally. So you save a boatload of time. So, okay, we've shown the rocket jump. I'm going to show... now I'll show the faster way of doing it. Just going through, Kako. Run through. Make sure we have at least 3 rockets. 1, 2... kind of a line. This is where you could use your, saving race. It's too early, unfortunately. Come on. So the 2 first ones were just like a frame too early. Okay. There. After you finish off the spawning vets, we're at the last level of episode 2. I think this episode 2 took an hour and the first episode took 2.5.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hey, after here we get in the tower. This is the boss level of episode 2. The boss monster that we're going to meet is the Cyber Demon, which has some special properties to it. Cyber Demon has 4,000 hit points. It's immune to splash damage from the rocket. It fires volleys of 3 rockets with the same rocket stats as your own. So a direct rocket hit from the Cyber Demon can do 148 to 288 damage in intervals of 20. If you're at full health, you'll die in 2 hits. And if you're pretty high, you can be taken out with a single one. So, the amount of damage that it takes to kill with the 2 main weapons that we care about is going to be 171 to 186 plasma and 36 to 52 rockets. So, I would just think of it as having 180 plasma by this level would be excellent. But if you're a beginner in episode 2, you're likely to be using quite a bit through the episode, so you're going to be using more rockets. So, we start the level in this orientation. You're going to go to the right and then go straight back and grab a mega armor that was on the ground. Let's do a safety save. You're going to open this and open this. So my calculation for about what you need is 5 rockets to like 25 plasma. So if I came in with 180 plasma, I would ignore the rocket boxes. If I had like 155, I grab 1. If I have 130, I grab 2 or 3. So with 100, I'd grab all 4 boxes, the Soul Sphere, and then I would go and attack the Cyber Demon. If you go... Sorry, let's start that map again, because I wanted to show that one off. Okay, let's let that close again, because that's pretty important.
No, Lost Souls, don't push us through the door.
I guess I have to purposely close it. I'm like accidentally closing doors in front of me, but if you purposely close this wall, then you can't get back through. But yeah, we intend to press both, because what you can do, Soul Sphere, there's tons of rockets. You have so much extra ammunition to take out the Cyber. You also... There's 2 Soul Spheres on this map you can use. Okay. Let's go back to the start. Okay. Soul Sphere. I'm gonna grab all 4 just because of that. I would say if you're at like 100 plasma, 20 rocket, just go back and get some extra runs if you aren't like entirely confident that you'll have enough, because it's going to save you time than using a shotgun. Cyber Demon stomps around the map. Cyber Demon itself, though it does a lot of damage, it's the lost souls that are the threat, because they're going to charge all over the place, and so your plasma is going to feel great because it doesn't do damage to you, but once you start using rockets, you can rocket yourself in the face, and it hurts. It does a lot of damage. So, like, a safe way to do this is, you know, taking out the lost souls and then going for the Cyber. But once you get comfy, just kind of circle strafing, which is just hold strafe, go in a circle. The Cyber, it's never going to hit you unless a lost soul like blocked you somehow from the opposite side. So, circle strafe. I love these 1993 strats. This is getting me so excited. This was the pro strats back in the day. So I'm very low here on plasma. When your plasma weapon starts to go down after you've hit 0, if you press 5, or if you press like any other weapon, you can have it come out immediately. So there, I was pressing 5 while the plasma was going down. That's going to save you time on switch. Because if you just let this weapon switch, it might go to an unintended weapon that you didn't want to. Circle strafe until it's over. Shoot the cyber demon until it dies.
One thing I would mention, and it'll take a little bit of practice for you to get used to this room, it's dangerous to run along the walls, because if he hits the wall next to you, you can still take a lot of damage from that splash damage. Same thing with those pillars, like dodging too close to the pillars.
Yep. Let's show that. Cyber deals a lot of splash. Maybe the wall will be easier. That's all splash damage.
So if you start like trying to do the more skillful dodges, we're only just barely moving out of the way of the rockets. Make sure you're just not standing too close to a wall or a pillar.
And those are direct hits. So let's show the cyber one more time.
Because like as you get more used to fighting cyber demons, it is pretty natural to like start dodging less and less just to get your aim better. So you just gotta be aware of where you're standing if you do that.
So yeah, that right there was just doing the math. 100 plasma, about 20 rockets, and I just needed one shotgun to finish it off.
Yeah, and I think a couple of those, the Lost Souls took the direct damage on a couple of those, so...
Yeah, they ate some of the damage. But yeah, that's episode 2. Most of the levels are going to be much easier for you than F1, but spend time on the tricks, the Void Glide, and the rocket jump on E2 M7. And I don't mind, asking questions about it. Like, I'm very happy to help. So if you're having troubles with some of these tricks or not understanding, do not hesitate. Don't hesitate. I got free time to help. That's the whole point of this race. Beginners getting, interested in new games for speedruns, and it's usually really exciting for the runners to see new players.
Yeah, so we're going to take another break here before we move into episode 3. As you can see, that episode 2 took significantly less time than episode 1, and episode 3 is also not going to take too much time. So we're actually almost through this, even though it seems like, oh my god, there's a whole third episode coming. I don't think there's too much...
Episode 3 is it's easy.
Yeah, there's not too much complex stuff in episode 3. I'm just scanning through the notes just to make sure. But we're going to take another quick wellness break. We're going to get up, stretch, refill water, that sort of thing. We encourage you to do the same if you've been sitting down watching this entire thing. And of course, for those of you just tuning in, this is sort of a tutorial for the next game that's going to be on Speed Seasons. It's an open race tournament. If you participate in enough races and you place high enough, you can make it to top 8 bracket, potentially win some prizes that are being put up by Alpha 5. If you'd like to see more information, you go to speedseasons.com. If there's a Discord linked there as well if you want to get in on the races. But we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in a few minutes with the final episode that we're going over tonight, which is episode 3. So stay tuned. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Community Spotlight. We just finished up the second part of this tutorial, episode 2 of Doom, being explained by King Dime. It's been a really great tutorial. If you missed any of it, I definitely recommend go back and watching it, especially if you plan on racing in Speed Season's second race for Doom. If you want information on Speed Season, see why we're showcasing this, you can go to speedseasons.com. Otherwise, if you're watching on our YouTube, you'd like to check us out live, you can go to twitch.tv/GDQ. It does actually work with the short form there. You don't have to type out Games Done Quick every time. And of course, if you have Amazon Prime, you have Prime Gaming, you have a free sub every month you can use on your choice of channel. Please, we'd appreciate if you consider using it on us or just subbing to us as well if you'd like to. Hotfix is funded in part thanks to your subscriptions and bits. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for Time Capsule. It's a show run by Smooth Operative where they go over speedruns of games that were released in the same year. So just looking back at a year in gaming and just showing off the speedruns. But now that we're past all of those announcements, we've got Dime here, we've got Alpha here hanging out, who's organized Speed Seasons, and I think we're just going to head into episode 3.
We're going to get right on in. The fantastic part about episode 3 is I'd say it's a lot like the first 5 or so maps, but it's not going to contain the tough tricks of like E2M6 or E2M7. So when you get to episode 3, this is really your break. It's the easiest episode to learn. For the most part, we've got tons of distance we can manage. You're even going to see that right away in level 1. Level 1, when you're opening up and you're pressing the switch here, just align yourself so you can get a strafe off. Good part for a strafe 50. So I'm going to showcase kind of like an easier and a harder strat on this map. So we have 2 Cacodemons here that we can activate by using a pistol. So the reason that we're baiting them into this room in the easier strategy is I think this is one of the most, and yes, I'm saying this with confidence, one of the most random parts of the run and just not being able to really deal with it. Because we're going to be going around and getting a shotgun and coming back, and we really don't have the ammunition to deal with 2 Cacodemons very effectively. So if you're just trying to run into Cacos, you're just praying that you'll survive. So if you're just waiting at one of these walls, you'll see that you would have to take them both out if you wanted like 100% success rate. But so in this easier strategy, we're just kind of baiting them out so that we can go in. You're gonna go to your left. Now, one of the tips I have for you is if you do not get past this platform quickly enough and the platforms go down, the platforms do not go back up. So I would recommend doing a safety save here. So we're gonna run past. As you can see right behind, those platforms went down. And as we go through this hallway, what we're hoping went on was that the Cacodemon stayed outside. As you can see, there is 1 Caco in the hallway, but pretty easily go past. Enemies in here are on the left, so we're gonna move straight. You can really just ignore these all, and like once you've got past this corner, you're fairly safe. Make use of the baiting strategy that you learned earlier. So just each time the pinky gets close and it starts attacking you, you can just tap your backwards input and you're going to be safe. Then as we get through here, you're just going to take out all the imps for a nice little introductory level. But if you want to waste a second or two and grab a rocket launcher, you can do that. And if you're low on health here, you have exactly 45, which is going to help you out, and that's a Hellkeep itself. Short map, for the most part safe, but we're going to showcase the harder strategy. The aggressive route. So I'm doing a little semicircle so that I have enough time for the first Cacodemon to hug the left wall so that we can get by on the right. And we need to really quickly get through here. See, this is where you get blocked off by Cacos. It's very easy to die. All right there, and then back through the hallway. Not really much you can do to speed it up, but if you have a pinky that's in this corner, there is the possibility to skip one. A little more aggressive strategy is your... Oops. There we go. So when there's 2 or 3 imps remaining, is you go into the room and you're trying to get through. That's it. That's all you really need to know for Hellkeep. So I'm gonna save here. Yep, straight up going into E3 M2, Slow of Despair. This is more of a routing level than anything else, and just knowing the direction to go. You can take out that shotgunner just to ensure that you don't get hit. I'm actually going to give the recommendation. Like, if you've got high health, there's no need to take out the shotgun or just run past them. You can tank the damage, and it's going to make sure that enemies don't flow out and get in the way. So, you're going to go all the way to the end. Kind of the red torch shows you where you need to go. So you're going to open this little secret pack, which contains the plasma rifle. So we're hitting a line death to activate the wall to lower. And as that's going on, so I'm just going to show you the minimap here. The minimap, there's the pinky, and then the next finger. So second one from the left is where you're lowering the wall, and then going furthest to the left is where you need for the blue key. So you just grab the blue key. That was a little unfortunate with the Cacos, but if I wasn't talking so much, you'd have more room for the Cacos, like more in the back, and you'd have space for it. So, here, blue key. Just kind of run around them. And then if you slide up on the left wall, you can skip all of the lost souls. And it's really not a big deal if you have like 2 low plasma going into the next map. You're just gonna have to use more shotgun, but you're kind of okay even if you're lowish. So it's kind of quick, but I'll show it again. So we're just running past. Green armor, following up this wall to about the red torch. Over here for your secret plasma. Forward. Trigger that with your line death. Blue key. So here we have lots of space. Can kind of hold out for the Cacos. I don't think there's any reason to take them out. That'd be just too much of a waste. You've got a lot of space. Onto the left wall. You can grab your HP for safety, and then you're out of there. And yeah, that's literally what I have on my notes. It's a simple route, simple map. Going on into E3M3, the Pandemonium. The first number of monsters in the room, we're going to take them out, because when we wrap around and we grab the blue key, when we're backtracking, there's an issue we can contend with infinite height. So if you have way too many monsters, you're going to get all locked in, and you won't have any options to get out. Sorry, that was a safety. Okay, I just need to remember that. Take out the first Caco. There's nothing else really in these hallways. You just got to clear the central room. Clear the central room. Everything is out of commission, and then you're going to hook a right. Go up the staircase. You can dodge this pinky if it goes left rather than right. Then as we go down, just going to strafe into this corridor, and this is where you find the blue key. And you really do, yeah, pick up the cell pack, pick up the 20 shells. Here's the mega armor I spoke of. Okay. Just got to be careful on my saves here. If you stay here too long, you're taking damage. But with everything taken out in this room, then you have no issues with infinite height. The only other enemies that can wake up, there might be a pinky or two that get in your way here. So if you get back up to the ledge, and say you're holding strafe and you get stuck, and you hear the bite animation of the pinky, don't keep holding strafe, because you're just going to take the bites until you die. So if you get stuck, you back up, try again. If you get stuck again, back up, try again. Okay, we'll just show the orientation of this room. So we went right, now we're going to go left. Follow this to your right. And then when you go down here, we're going to be able to pick up the most powerful weapon in the game, the BFG 9000. We finally got it. We get it in episode 3, and we're going to make great use of it against the Spider Mastermind. But I want to explain this weapon a little bit. So we did save it. So we're going back to the Cyber Demon. There is 2 types of damage on the BFG. There's a main projectile that does 100 to 800 damage in intervals of 100. And there's conical rays that emanate from the location of the player. So I'm going to show this off a little bit. There's your... So that projectile, when it hits, that's where you get the 100 to 800 damage. Okay, wait. So I'm firing it. The direction that I fire, right at the beginning here, is going to be the direction that the rays come from the player. So that's direction. So where are we looking? We're looking east. Main projectile is hit. This is when there's a bunch of invisible rays, but we can see this on a monster, which we're going to use the Cyber Demon for that. Cyber Demon.
Where did he go?
Oh, he went to his house. Okay. So I'll just do a little bit of dodging. But if you see that follow-up, there's still there's a green ray there. So that's part of the damaging rays afterwards. And so they come out about a 45-degree angle to each direction. It's 40 rays, and each of the rays does 49 to 87 damage. The theoretical maximum damage is 4,280, which could kill a Cyber Demon in one hit. But the way that the RNG tables work in Doom, this is impossible. It's actually the same thing with the shotgun, where I talked about it being 35 to 105. In reality, your max damage is 100 on the normal shotgun. So, yeah, our max damage is 3,500. Around 3,500. So...
He doesn't want to come out.
Yeah, I kind of want it to be outside. There we go, it's outside now. So since your rays do the most damage, like players who are new to the BFG, they tend to be passive. They're kind of scared of the monsters, it's understandable. It's easier when you practice. But newer players tend to do this, where they'll shoot the projectile and they'll run behind the wall. All of the rays are just hitting this texture in front of me, and they're not doing any damage. So if I kept doing this, it's going to take a lot of hits. So I counted about like 7 shots for that one. Like, it's a huge waste of BFG. It's not going to do very much. Okay. So if we're a little closer, yeah. I'm going to make use of the rays. So there we go. That took 5 hits. Now we'll just show like a crazy, strategy. Just kind of show you what a BFG can do if you're aggressive with it. Okay. 1, 2, 3. So in case number 1, 7 shots. Case number 2, 5 shots. Case number 3, 2 shots. And so that was just increasing ray damage. Ray damage.
Another way to think about it is like, if you're not fighting bosses and you're just using a BFG in a map, a lot of players will run into this where if they shoot at long range, it doesn't seem to do much. When you shoot it in like an enclosed fight room, it annihilates everything. It's because almost all the rays are going to be hitting something when you're closed in a room with a ton of monsters. When you're shooting way across the map, only a couple of the rays are hitting.
Yeah. And that final case number 3 on the Cyber Demon, we're actually going to be making use of that on the last level, so just wait. Just wait. Okay, so once you get the BFG, there is a safety Soul Sphere. Thing is, when you get the Soul Sphere, the lava damaging floor, like it changes from blood damaging floor to lava. The lava deals 20%, the lava is 10. Okay. I didn't want to do that. If you hug tight to the wall, we can get around this corner without waking up the Baron. Where we would just go out and I'll just whatever. I'll just show you something you can do with the BFG. You get close, it does a ton of damage. So if you want to go to the exit, you would go straight up here and to the right, but I want to show you an invulnerability. So if you want invulnerability to the end, just go through here, up. Now in this room, there's about a half dozen imps on the other side. Your fastest way will be just to take out the left imp with the shotgun, but it takes a little bit of finesse. So if you do not get the damage roll, the imp might not die if you're unlucky. And so a little easier way to do that, you could just use the plasma from this point just to take out the room. Technically the BFG too, it wouldn't be like a lot more plasma. But you just go through, one imp, and there you go, you've hit the exit. So let's show... Might have lost a save there.
It's in the second one.
I can still find a way to do this, just to at least show the routing once more. We're gonna use cheats, where we have a little more stuff, but I just want to show the route. So again, we take out everything up there. You can go through, skip that Spectre if you want. So I can hear some pinkies, so they might be below. Need to be careful if they're blocking us. So there we go, that's the pinky I spoke of. It can get in your way by sitting under here, infinite height. So again, you'd go for the BFG. I already have it, so that's why you didn't get it. Soul Sphere. If I stay close to this wall, yeah, can skip right past the Baron. And then this time is without the invulnerability. We're likely to take a couple hits. There we go. So we're going back to this save. Just the reason is I want to keep the same ammo and stuff, or it's going to get too confusing. Go through. There we are, right at the end. Here, House of Pain. So we're just waiting to see the direction where the pinky goes. If it goes out of our way, that's kind of optimal, but you start with a rocket launcher on that level, and if you didn't pick it up on map 1 in the little secret, so since you're standing on top of the rocket launcher at the beginning, it's going to change to that weapon like automatically when you pick it up. So if the pinky runs forward and you have a rocket launcher, I'm just going to give you a pro tip right now. Probably not a good idea to shoot that. You're going to want to switch weapons or try to circle strafe around and get to this hallway. Okay, 2 ways to go about this room. Recommend just going for the barrel. Now, this is a slow crusher. So a slow crusher, I think the amount of damage, if you technically counted it, it's like 1600 damage because it just, it acts so long. So you really don't want that to happen, so make sure everything's out of the way. Go for it, because you don't have a lot of time. Then you hit this switch to move on. So we'll show that room one more. Whoops. Oh. Okay, so if you do that, like you activate it, you can't get the invulnerability. So pressing the right switch, we can move forward now. As far as beginner strats, like I'd recommend the invul, but like what you can do to maybe give yourself more time is just to clear more of the invulnerability room, just so you can kind of confirm that you can get it, have lots of room, lots of space. But without it, we're just going to move around all of the monsters. Take your plasma out for safety, and then we go up the middle corridor. Open up the blue door from one of the sides, be on the right or on the left, because we want the imps to go either way. So we can get past. Okay. Little weird thing.
Oh. Time. Hello? Did Time's
Hello?
internet do the thing again?
I think so.
Alright, give us a moment. Time's internet can be a butt sometimes.
Can you still hear me?
Hi, I can hear you now.
You're back.
You're back?
Yeah, I'm back. Showing red frames. We got green. So random. It's back to green. So, how far did it miss? Is it just this room?
Yeah, just that room.
Okay. So
Let
I'm
me
gonna
make
press
sure
that.
your stream is still synced though. 1 second. Okay, you're good.
Okay, we're good. So I'm just gonna reload into this area because I think it's the only thing we made.
Uh-oh.
You could hear him cut out as
Yeah.
it started up. The game really just doesn't want him to showcase this room.
Hopefully he'll come back again. Time?
I sure hope so.
We got most of the way through too. Okay, I think we're gonna take a quick break. See if we can get Dime's internet issues sorted. We'll hopefully be right back. And be able to finish out this episode 3 tutorial. So, we're gonna cut to a break real quick, and 30 seconds after we go to break, Dime's gonna come back, because that's how this works. But we'll be back in just a few. Oh,
Nope.
Time?
Is it back?
Maybe.
Didn't even cut the break. Oh, he just dropped from Discord. But his stream is running. So we'll just get him back in here in a second. There we go. Hi, welcome back.
All right.
I predicted it too.
Yeah, I don't get it sometimes. So just on a quick break.
I was about to go to a break, but I didn't actually hit the button, and then your stream came back. So I think we're fine. Let me make sure we're
Third
synced
time's the
again.
charm.
I hope it'll stick up. We're getting pretty close to the end.
Yeah. Last couple maps are pretty simple here. Right, we're good.
Okay,
You
going
wanna-
forward. So we're gonna
Third
go
tries the charm,
into.
I guess.
It seems like every time I go in this blue water sector, the stream breaks. So I'm a little concerned. Blue
Didn't break
sector is
that
gonna
time.
open the first door. This ash wall sector is gonna open the second door, and then we can just strafe straight in. Oh, come on, try that again. Yeah. All right. It's funny when you do stuff slower, like slower than you usually intend, and it's like, oh, it's because I was going fast that it works. So, as the door is opening, like, so you want to trigger them both and then go through immediately. So you don't want it to go to the top of the door and then trigger to go back down. Those are, you're slowing down to do the strats, and
Yeah,
why
makes
isn't
sense.
it working?
Because it's going to
So
finish
that's
the
right.
opening animation before it'll start closing.
As we're
again.
going, yeah, we're going to fire the plasma once, and that's going to manipulate Spectre and Imps because we want them to come towards us so we have time. So, fire. Let's strafe into this corner. If you have a bunch of Imps in your way, like, feel free to take some of them out. If you don't want to do the key pickup trick, though, this one is a simplistic setup, so it doesn't take much practice, but you've got an invul if you want to use it, and then this is where you get your yellow key. So how we do this, you want to press both of those, and since you have room from the Imps, like the Imps are all the way back, we're going to take out the Pinky and the Lost Soul. I want to use one more save point because otherwise we're going to have a bunch of enemies come straight. But if you look on the left on the wall, there's kind of two yellowish pipes. So that's one. And then that's the second one. Reload that once more. So our position is going to be in the middle of like that second yellow pipe. Id my position. Look at the top of the screen. This is going to be angle equals 81. If you want to kind of check that out. So we'll just reload, get into position, angle 81. Oops. In a bad case scenario, use your plasma, take stuff out. But we're using this jet out on the wall to position. So by strafe 40ing left, we can get it through the wall. So essentially the engine's, it's doing a check. We're going fast enough where it's doing a check on the other side. Since our bounding box is far enough, it's like assessing that we've picked up the key through the wall. Should we show that one more time just because there was so much stuff in the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
How precise is that, by the way?
It's very imprecise. It's like the angle is precise, but it's really easy to execute once you have the angle. I can do a test for you on, okay, one up. Just to show it. And one notch down. So as you can see, like the angle is important, but once you have the angle, then you're fine. So again, it's the middle of that pipe. Once you're through that, if either of these doors close, because that's the two switches that we hit before, they're opening the doors so that we can get in here to like the red key. That's the intention of opening them and then going through to doing your yellow key grab. 27% health is just fine in this situation because you're going to see there's so many medkits. There's like a dozen big medkits. You're fine. Hold straight until you hit this wall. And then you're going to strafe down just to dodge all of the enemies. Stay at one side of the door. Just fire so you can get the cacker out of the way. So let's show this map from the start. because this one's longer. I think it's the hardest episode 3 map, and that's saying something. Grab the rocket, kind of get out of the way, circle strafe, fire at the barrel, so kind of get into the corner. There we go. See how we set up for the invulnerability? Just make sure there's nothing in the way. Press the right switch. I'm gonna go all the way to the end, grab the blue key. Then back to the middle. Coming in here, this is the room where we're doing a little door puzzle. So here, go through. Fire once to manipulate. Take these two out. For safety, you're getting lots of enemies in the way, use some plasma. Don't hesitate. Okay, angle 81. Got the yellow key. Okay. Medkit room, so we're going to press straight to the end. One side of the door. And hey, if the Caco's nice enough, it's just going to get straight out of the way. E3 M5, we've just got 4 levels left. So, first room, there's 4 doors. So we're going to want the second door from the left. So we just go straight, right. As we get in here, it's this door. So the straight door, not the right door. That is going to teleport you to the center, and there's a Baron, but he's so far away, so we just turn left, and we're going to go over here. So, to help yourself out, if we're looking at the auto map, it's at the top left of your auto map. Your second visual cue for going the right way is these 4 teleporters flash, right? These ones don't. These ones do. That's your indication you're going the right way. Tons of pinkies. Don't worry about it too much. We're just going to fire. Bait them. Go back to the teleporter. Now, do not go backwards off the teleporter pad. If you do that, you're going to teleport back into here. What we want to do is just go to the right, open the door, and then go right through this pad. You want to hit the switch if you get too close to the crusher. These crushers, they're slow crushers. There's slow and fast variations. The slow ones, again, they can deal 1600 damage. You're just stuck, and it's not survivable. Grab your blue key. Okay, we see a bunch of enemies, so make sure the crusher is at the top when we get out. I'm going to kind of show the orientation of which teleporter you're using when we redo the map again. Okay. Yeah, just going to get around here. I wanted to explain one thing. When we're baiting the pinkies in this room, so we baited them, lots of them can exit the teleporter, so there won't be very many remaining. Straight. So use your Berserk back. Just a reminder, it's 10 times damage to fist. That's it. That's all you need for E3M5. So one more time. Right. Show it with some strafing. Left. Flashing quad teleporter. Bait. And go to your right. Strafe along. So your orientation here, I was looking at the auto map by pressing tab. Top right switch, and your bottom left one is where you get out of the room. So press blue key, be wary about that crusher. I'm going to tell a very short story, but we did a Doom 20th anniversary race years and years ago, and we got about 40 people in it, and I was in first place by this point, and I got crushed by that crusher.
Oh no.
And I went from first to third, lost to Vorta. So watch out for that crusher. Can ruin your day. Go. I'm gonna go through here, and that's it. Mount Erebus. This is the first map that Sandy Peterson actually sent and created, but it's a very open map, but super linear to the end. I'm gonna show you. Sorry, let's do this in the right order of events. So this is the start. You go right. The idea of this map is to go in here. Do you see that small torch? There's a small torch on the ground. That is the right place to press use or press spacebar. 100 cell pack. You want to pick that up. Berserk back to get health. And, you know, there's tons of opposition in this room, so you're going to see how the safety strat kind of works out afterwards. But this is the second torch on the other side, and this is where we want to go. Okay. The intention here is just by pressing forward. There's a teleporter where we get into like a triangular shaped room to pick up a blue key, but I'm showing if you fall off by accident. If you fall off, go back to this teleporter. Here's the same room, so we go left. Hold straight. Here we go. Okay, order of events in here is you're going to take out the rocket launcher. 1 in 8 chance that that Spectre lives. Take out the plasma regardless of what you're doing. So you go through. The wall is halfway lowered. Fire 2 rockets. Take out the plasma. Hit the switch. You want to have over 60 plasma if possible. Over this point, you want to be saving some for the Spider Mastermind. Like you're not gonna fail if you're under 60, but it's just so we have enough ammo if you get like the minimum amount of cells for the Mastermind. Okay, go out. Then, like that's just pressing forward, so you can see at 84% health, like I'm pretty safe. Then that goes straight to the end, but we're going to show the other method, which is by going left. If you go up here, you're just going to drop down, take your rocket launcher out, and if you follow up here, you're going to be looking for the big marble structure so you can see the skulls that are embedded on the texture. So go around. Pick up your plasma. Just go straight. Oh, I fell off by accident, so we can go back. One rocket, 2 times. Plasma. It's like wrap yourself around the building and a bunch of cacos anyway. You could go the long route. They're in the way. Yeah, that's it. That's Mount Erebus. Okay. E3M7, only 2 levels left. Pretty close.
The last 2 levels are not very difficult.
Yeah. Knock out these 4 shotgunners. And Limbo it's essentially a puzzle map, which is funny. So like it has one of the least amount of monsters in the entire game. You won't see very much. Like this huge room, couple pinkies. Just gonna follow along. Gonna hook a left until we hit the blue key. So I'd say the blue key is kind of your point where you're gonna think of taking out the BFG. Gets claustrophobic in that area. If you get completely stuck, just make sure to move back. If you need to use a little plasma, sure, or take an extra second, just do that. So, bunch of pinkies. We're gonna set up that BFG. Now, we run straight all the way across, take a left. And as you go down here, there's a Cacodemon in front of you. But if you hold straight, you will be safe. Hold straight. Take a left. Keep going straight. Take a right. And then another right through the maze. You don't want to go through this teleporter. You're going to go behind the teleporter because it teleports you to different locations. So back behind the teleporter. Let's do a safety save here. And this, if you remember, it's the blue key area. So coming from this side, we're going to go left. Back. This is where we use the BFG on the pinkies. Have your rocket out. If you want an extra rad suit or a bunch of HP, there's lots in there. Okay. I'm going to take advantage of your Strafe 50. Right here, so you can get the yellow key. It's like intended to hit a switch where there's a piece of land that comes up that you can go on. Then you just strafe right back. As you get out here, just go straight over. So here, a little bit of a newer strategy. It depends on how much plasma you have. You don't have to do this, but Zero Master recently got a 19 minutes and 43 seconds. That's all 4 episodes, by the way. Very fast. But going in here, he uses a BFG to take out the Lost Souls to make a jump easier at the end. Check out. So on these sectors, the areas that jut out, that's where you're going to do your setup. Hit the switch, back over. But I want to show you a second method you can do this too. If you're just in the teleporter and you go on the wall, you can do that to get to the yellow door. Okay. Finally, after we've done this, back again, we're backtracking to the exact same teleporter. Oops. Gonna do a Strafe 50. So my intention is I'm looking at the sector where it points out. That's where I'm aiming for. So I'm gonna go to the wall. If you go too far left, you teleport back. And if Lost Souls are in front of you, you got to get them out of the way. But as you can see, we're using notches set up. But if you go too far and you can't halt your momentum after the middle platform, the way that we've hit the switches and everything, the far side is inescapable. So it's a very good spot for your safety save. So right there. After I do my SR50, I'm just pressing A plus S. Stop my momentum in its tracks. You need a little bit extra for the Spider Mastermind. If you're having problems, I'm just going to show this. If you're having problems making that jump for any reason, like after we've done all that, I just want to show this. It's like a safety. you can go into that teleporter and then just go to the exit.
This is
Okay.
definitely a map. When people are talking in chat, like, when you're learning this map, like, get a map and write on it, you know? Help yourself
Yes.
figure out where you're going, whichever way works for you. Either just, like, watching the video a few times and copying where Dime's going, or, like, make a map and write on it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna show this because this is maybe arguably the one of the best levels just to work on your strafe running, just to see how much faster you really go. Just to kind of see it in action. Like there's a good SR50 line. Let's use some strafing. Get up there. So left, straight, right, and then right. Can't take a nap now, Meaner. We are right at the end. So again, the orientation, we're going back. Just show off some strafing. Take out your rocket launcher. We're going to fire that once. Grab your yellow key. If you miss this, so oops, you just go up this staircase. Show it by going over here. Switch. And back straight. It's fine and dandy to take out those lost souls. But like, kind of the intention, at least, of this route is you're trying to do this jump as fast as possible. But you know, if you're starting it up, you're getting to the end of the race. Like, don't risk just running into the lost souls a whole bunch if they're converging on this area. It's just not going to go in your favor. Okay, that's where we stop our momentum. Okay. Hey, does everybody remember the strategy with the BFG we used on the Cyber Demon? Because now we have the true final boss, the Spider Mastermind. And the Mastermind ain't gonna last very long. The Spider Mastermind has 3,000 hit points. Do you remember the theoretical max of about 3,500 on the BFG? It takes a lot of luck, but you can one-shot the Mastermind. The thing is, the Mastermind deals a lot of DPS. It uses a Vulcan cannon. What I remember, it deals about 4 times the damage of a chain gunner. So just to put that in perspective, it outputs a lot of damage. So we're going to show first safety strat. This is a north wall, so we can make use. So your safety is just grabbing the blue armor. And we're just, I don't know, going John Wick style and taking out the Mastermind.
But they haven't killed. Have they killed your bunny yet? Like, is that appropriate?
That's right. That's right after episode 3.
I mean, so the whole thing is that Doom Guy comes back and finds his bunny is dead. So, like, maybe the bunny has already been killed, you know?
Yeah. Maybe. Okay, so the harder route, since we have 100% health and 14% armor, it's like a little gnarly, but we're going to do the same thing. So we want to, like, the main projectile takes a little while to, it's got like a long firing animation. So when we're exiting from this corner, it's just most important, like, you can start the BFG fire, like, say around here, but since the orientation is based when you shoot it, be pointing in the direction of the Mastermind. So, right? Like, we're pointing at the Mastermind, and then the projectile it should come out once we pass this wall. one more time. That's just a funny way to end a run, huh?
It's funny because it just seems like the Cyber Demon is harder to fight, even if you weren't BFGing it. Like,
Yeah, pretty much. Maybe with the exception of it just being such a big room that you would have a chance. If you're running into E3M8 with like 50% health, you can use that central structure just as a way to kind of keep yourself safe, because once the mastermind has locked on, let's show this. It's actually kind of important if people come in with low health. Okay, so the mastermind is firing. It's going to constantly fire, like no matter where I go. But by line of sighting it, it's going to stop. So, let's say we had 20% health. 20% health. We can make use of the raise by firing the BFG into the wall, and then it's like a peekaboo tactic. So fire the main projectile. And so that would be your ultra low health strategy.
yeah, you also unintentionally showed off there just how you're much safer for the Mastermind when you're far away, because he was just unloading on you, but his accuracy is not good over long distances. I don't even think he hit you once while you were letting him shoot at you there.
Yeah, you safe from a distance, but it's you're gonna bleed out fast when it's close up. So I guess after just finishing up this run, I know there's a lot to go over. One of the tricky parts, at least as far as we can tell, like just throughout this tutorial, especially in episode 1, is just that there's different variations of things that can go on or go wrong in the levels. So you got to put some time into it and do levels more than once and just get an idea of how the monsters move and working on your strafing, and it's going to show up in time, because otherwise you're just not going to have an idea of when and where and why to use backup strategies. But I hope this tutorial just gave you a good impression of how to just start out the run and working up towards the race. If you have any questions to ask, I'm usually free for messages, etc., and I will do my utmost to answer them to my best or give you sources to work on trying to win the race.
Yeah. And at the start of the show, Doom said he's going to put together a video on setting up Crispy Doom. We'll probably have that in the description of the video if you're watching on YouTube, so just look down in the description. I'm pointing downwards even though I don't have my webcam on. Otherwise, just hop into the Speed Seasons Discord if you have questions. That's probably a good place to ask if it's about stuff related to the race or getting set up for the race. And thanks again, Dime, for coming on and going really in depth with us.
It's awesome. It's I think all speedrunners like to have some time and show off the run, and love to see some new people racing. It's fun to see fresh faces in the community. My claim to fame, I suppose, which is always feels cool, is Zero Master kind of kicks my ass now, but I've been told that he ended up kind of seeing one of the GDQ runs and he got started one day and now he's just kicking all our butts. So I'm thinking there's got to be some Zero Masters in chat, and I'd like to see some new Zero Masters.
And of course, probably for a final plug on Speed Seasons Alpha, if you're around.
Yeah, no, everybody join the Discord. There's a lot of people. They've already been somewhat discussing Doom in the Discord. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's definitely still early enough to get in on the tournament. It's open to everybody. You just join the Discord, sign up for the races, read the website. It's got all the information you need to join. And then yeah, you get one free game that you can skip. So, you know, you miss SMB2, join Doom. It's the perfect time to start.
All right, thanks again, Dime, for showing this off. Alpha for hosting this tournament. Hope everyone enjoyed the Chill Doom tutorial. And of course, next week we'll have the regular Community Spotlight content. We're going to be having 2 women on showcasing their games as part of, continuing showcasing women during March. So tune in for that. It'll be quite a bit of fun. And then the week after that, we'll have the next game that has been revealed, but I can't tell you what it is yet because you gotta wait. So make sure if you want to join the race, the next race is on March 28th. That is the date to keep in mind if you're planning on competing for this Doom race. But other than that, tune in tomorrow for Time Capsule starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. It's a show about speedruns of games that were released in the same year. It's always a good time if you haven't seen it before. Definitely recommend it. But we're going to take a quick break and then we're going to raid someone. So if you'd like to see some more speedrunning content tonight, just hang around. We'll send you in the direction of somebody who's speedrunning and you can go cheer them on, wish them good luck in their endeavors, and we'll see you tomorrow.